Who is this attorney who I'm hearing? So, in the midst of it all, this attorney has gotten arrested that's doing all of these. Oh, Lord. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Hey, if it ain't, come on in, one thing. So what's this? Fish something? What's this attorney that's filing all these lawsuits? Hey, Dante. Let me see. Has been arrested for hitting a processor. When I say if it ain't one thing, it's another. So Diddy, hey Damien, did they drop the charges? Come on in. So we got Diddy. I know. I woke up with it at 6 something this morning. I know. But I'm gonna talk about that. I'm hearing this about, what is this attorney, Larry Blackburn, who is being represented by a lot of these, I think, even with Jay-Z, Diddy, but he done got arrested. We got Diddy. We got Carmelo Anthony. So I don't even have to talk about, I'm listening. Oh, this is my good ear. Y'all come on in. Hold on. Why did I call this man Larry Blackburn like he from Cameo? Tyrone Blackburn. He done got arrested. His name came up in the Diddy trial too. But he done got arrested. But while I'm waiting for y'all to come on in, let me hear this guy before I tip in. But listen, y'all, if y'all have really been paying attention, who asked me that? Big pressure. Damien, have you heard me the whole time I've been over? You've been over here. Have y'all heard me put emphasis on kidnapping? Have y'all heard me put emphasis on it at all? Have I pulled any of that out to pinpoint kidnapping? Especially not attempted. So these charges, this is no alarm to me. It's just this right here to me is very similar to him asking for an acquittal. It's a part of the process. They did this, what they're doing right now, they did this in the Dolph case, if y'all was paying attention. Once it came down to it and they both rest, and we could still see the defense and the state talking, going over, dropping stuff, rewording stuff. It's the same thing. That's why when I made mention that it's going to be crystal clear, no way around it. It's going to be crystal clear, and they're going to be able to pinpoint it. So now that's what they're doing. They are taking out what they didn't present. Prosecution do this in the I mean, it's not a hung jury. Was Dolph a hung jury? Was straight drop a hung jury? Did he get tried for Marcus? What happened to the attempted murder? Come on, Pressure. What happened to Marcus? What happened to the theft? They got taken out. What about Marcus? The attempted murder, was it first degree? It was murder and then attempted murder for Marcus. Did they even bring it up? They removed it right before deliberation. The same thing. They did the same thing. So this is not unusual. They talked about a kidnap with Capricorn, if memory serves me correctly. They made mention of when she was somewhere, Cassie had gotten beat up, and they wouldn't let her go until she healed. And they were saying that could be kidnapping. I never saw kidnapping, not like that. So I didn't talk about it. So no, what I'm seeing right now is normal. If they didn't argue it, the way they argued, I mean, come on, y'all. They stayed on some stuff over and over and over and over. And they did not bring up kidnapping like that. And they have to remove some of it. Why? Because the witness was a no-show. So when they put those charges together initially, they were anticipating certain witnesses. Where's Gina? So if they had Gina as a witness, right? Then they would have included her circumstances in those charges. So in all fairness, if she didn't show up, respectfully, you got to pull it out. Right? I need to hear that. So that's why I'm not in all alarm. Did they take RICO? Did they take did they take away what he could possibly be going for life for? So let me play this. Let me hear this guy.
Okay, guys. So a lot of misinformation.
This case is no, it's not. It's disappointing.
Charges have been dropped. Yes.
Let me tell you what's disappointing. What's disappointing is that he put himself in that position. What's disappointing is that he thought he could continue to pimp people, manipulate them, disguise it, and get away with it. And yeah, people gonna bring up, well, what about this, that, and what about Hugh Hefner? I don't know nothing about Hugh Hefner. Hugh Hefner, hookers didn't tell on him. And I think I heard old girl said something about the victims. Yeah, they're gonna get. Baron, what are you talking about? Do I need to go on and remove you now? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go on and put you in timeout now. Dang, I meant to put you in timeout for 24 hours. Whew. Bye. Some of y'all not gonna even get a word out of me. Who is Darian? Crystal, who you talking about? Dorian. I don't see Dorian. Hey, Ricardo. What do you mean, Dorian? I don't see Dorian. So that's, I'm gonna go in depth with that. This is normal. They take out stuff, and they should take it out, especially if it was centered around Gina. Whatever testimony Gina was supposed to provide, whatever evidence she was supposed to provide, however she was going to enhance their case for everybody, because there was a couple of more people that they eliminated. So I guess they eliminated 2 and 1 was a no-show. So whatever they were going to add to it, see, I think where we getting it confused at is that what's being taken out is, it's saying attempted. And trafficking is not fully taken out. Trafficking is not fully taken out. It says some parts of trafficking. And that could very well be some of the whatever Gina was going to add to it. I don't know. I just misspelled the guy name. Oh, okay. He gone. Yeah. So if this was weak, was R. Kelly case weak to y'all? Was R. Kelly case weak? They only taking it out because defense proved they charges was weak. Okay. I'm not going to debate with nobody, but guess what? It's not fully taken out. What's sad, Jib, is that black men prey on black women. Black men prey on black women. We wouldn't be here if he wasn't trying to take advantage of people. I don't know what spell it out. I don't know what no YMS mean. I don't know what none of that is. RICO's still there. What you talking about? He's still charged with RICO. Do you not know what's going on? Or are you just talking? RICO's not gone, and all of trafficking is not gone. So what are you talking about? Attempted kidnapping, arson, and some parts of trafficking. So what are you talking about? So what are you talking about? Kidnapping, which they didn't make a whole bunch of noise on that. Arson and some parts of trafficking. So what are y'all talking? What you talking about? Now, why y'all not see? This is what kills me about y'all. Let me stop her. Let me tell you what's shocking to me about y'all. Anything that has to do with a female, y'all jump on it. I mean, y'all claws come out. Y'all rabbit teeth come out. But if it has something to do with a guy, y'all act like y'all start looking all over. Y'all can't hear nothing. Y'all can't see nothing. But y'all, I'm waiting to see who did Diddy give up? Who named? As they was dropping state charges, they ain't dropped nothing that was federal. They ain't dropped nothing that was fair. I don't defend now pressure, you a lie. You are a lie and the truth ain't in you. I do not protect HOEs. I mean 304s. You a lie. Pressure. You're a lie. I'll call them out in a minute. I have not one time said nothing about them whatever they did. But what about the men 304s? What about the men 304s? They the one that got paid. They got paid more money than the females. What you got to say about the... So you have minimal things to say about the male 304s. Okay. So and why have they not pressing charges? Well, hell, looking for freezing meat is about to, because when he found out that the jury was possibly looking at him perform, oh yeah, he ready to see what type of litigation he need. He needed an attorney. What's that? Tyrone Blackburn. He hearing that some of them got 5 and 6 G's, you know, because he thought he was chosen. Remember, he fell in love. But though, you know, that's not going anywhere though. It's just some parts of the trafficking. What about the other parts? I mean, that's not going anywhere. I mean, y'all talking like all charges are gone. No, just the state, just the California and parts of New York state. So, I mean, so could really, I mean, just really, let's just really be technical. If they are state charges, right, in different states, could they really? Okay. Okay. So that means that if he gets pardoned, right? That's just hypothetically, since Trump is mad right about now by some things that's going on, you know, everything fake news. So hell, he may let the whole prison, pardon the whole damn prison, as mad as he is right now, that he didn't hit the target like he lying and saying that he did. I mean, fully. It didn't go all the way down. And yeah. So it's still weapons of mass destruction, because his big ass mouth started talking and gave him a warning. You know, he tried to do that a fake, you know, we coming. Oh, they said, okay, I believe you. And they moved that shit. He may pardon him. Okay? So he may pardon him. So that's so he can do federal, but he can't. Everything that they dropped today can come back, and he won't be able to get charged. I mean, he won't be able to get a pardon, and it won't be double jeopardy. AunTeaFee, are you rocking on that? I'm rocking on y'all. So just in case Trump wants to pardon him, because let's be clear, his name is absolutely on Epstein's list and Diddy's. So just in case Trump pardons him, every last one of these 3 charges that was dropped today can be picked up by the state. I told y'all California is coming. They mentioned California. So these are state, New York and California charges that they dropped that can be picked up respectfully, and he won't be able to be pardoned from them. So, I mean, yay, but nothing that was federal was dropped. No federal charges was dropped, just state. And they have at least 3 witnesses that were supposed to take the stand that didn't take it. So again, I'm saying, okay, well, you're not going to come in here and tell me I'm wrong. Bye, Edison 99. I'm not going to play with y'all today. Bye. You better read the room. You better know where you are. Hey, we are the streets. I mean, we are the receipts. Yeah, I was up late last night. Salute. Okay. But I'm just feeding y'all a little right now. I need my lights to get up. It's 174 people in here. I need my lights up. And that's also too why they are eliminating it. Because I told y'all that they were going to have to word it exactly where there would be no misunderstandings. So, and I told y'all that they were going to have to do that and write that down so that they will be able to pinpoint it and make it easy so it won't be no misunderstandings about it. And rightfully so. Whichever one of them females that at one point was going to testify and backed out for whatever reason, they got to take that part of it out as well. So that some of that could have been Gina. And if it was, she didn't take the stand. So you got to take those charges back out. You got to walk them back out. And again, this is not unusual. It was done in the Dolph case. Pressure. Because if that's the case, what's his name? Marcus, they never did anything on behalf of Marcus. Because I absolutely remember when they was negotiating and taking and adding and whatever, rewording it. I said, well, what about Marcus? What about the, and they backed it out. He didn't get tried for it. They backed it out. Did he get charged for that? Did they consider that? Or did it get removed? Right? And so when the judge read everything that he was going to be and what the jury had to consider, attempted murder for Marcus was not on there. And if you say it was, you're a liar and the truth ain't in you. Because they did that on live. And I was listening. Because I remember saying, why he not being charged for Marcus? And word is that because Marcus was not a part of the hit. Mark, they tried to put it out there like that, is that he lived because there wasn't a mark on his head, there wasn't a bag on his head. Hi everybody. So let's listen to this guy before I get into my normals.
That is important. Now, people might be wondering why the prosecution have done this. I believe this is strategy to keep it more streamlined, not confuse the jury, and focus on what they want to make him go down for. I do feel like some of the stuff that they have dropped for, such as arson, would make sense because of the Kid Cudi stuff, but perhaps that's more so hearsay from people coming to say that as opposed to actual DNA and evidence. So it has been confirmed that some charges have been dropped, unfortunately for some, and this can be seen as a major win for Diddy. I don't see this as a major win for Diddy, and I think there's a lot of misinformation going around where a lot of people are assuming that, oh, just because some of these charges have been dropped, that all of the charges for Diddy have been dropped. No. And that really isn't the case. That really isn't the case at all, guys. I just want to make that very clear. People are very confused with what is going on. Let's not deal with misinformation. Of course, this is brand new information that has come out, so my previous video might be a little bit confusing, but I think that my previous video still stands. Cassie's testimony was not dropped. As far as I'm concerned, what Cassie is trying to say has not been dropped, so her testimony is going to be huge when it comes to whether or not the jury will find find him guilty. So my last video still stands, and I just want to make that very, very clear. Now, when we look in the filing, prosecutors streamlined the P. Diddy's case, dropping charges of attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. The government will no longer proceed on these theories of liability. The government respectfully writes regarding its requested edits to the court proposed jury instructions. The government understands the court's desire for streamlined instructions. With that in mind, the government has suggested ways to streamline those instructions. Specifically, the government has removed charges from the relating attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, aiding and abetting trafficking. The government is no longer planning to proceed on these theories of liability, and so instructions are no longer necessary. The government has also attempted to simplify the language relating to count one. A proposal as explained in the government's comment.
Okay, because if we listen to that, if we listen to those charges, let me tell you who those charges are. Hey, Crystal. Y'all get my likes up. Get my likes up. Get my likes up. I'm giving you my lunch. Get my likes up. I'm not playing. Double tap your screen just like this. I hit the thumbs up. When I hear these charges that he's saying, who does that sound like, y'all?
Remove charges from the relating attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, aiding and abetting trafficking. The government is no longer
aiding and abetting, attempted. Anything that's attempted is not Diddy. Aiding and abetting, Cassie more guilty than Diddy. Okay, I'm not debating that. I'm not debating anything that's already is out there and I've discussed. So stop beating a dead horse. I mean, you don't have anything further. I've said this 1,000 times, Kevin, so shut up. I've already said that. She was a co-conspirator. She's a co-conspirator who took a plea deal and became a cooperating witness. How many times somebody have to say that? He didn't take the deal. He was offered a deal. So don't be mad at the people who took a deal. You sound stupid. Please talk like you got some sense. No one, I'm not saying that she was not a co-conspirator. For the dumb ones in the back. For the dumb ones in the back that's stuck on stupid. Please, if you stuck on stupid, please don't come over here. Please don't. I have said umpteen times. I said this. So you knew over here. So let me, if you knew over here, shh. Because 9 times out of 10, what you finna say, I done already said. So you just want to be seen. Just hit the high and shut up. Okay, can you do that for me? Please. I said everybody who worked for Diddy that got on the stand was a co-conspirator. Stop right there. What did I just say? Everybody who has worked for Diddy that got on the stand was a co-conspirator. You know, 3 times is a charm, right? I'm gonna say it one more time. Oh, who is C? Who is C? C? Thank you. So if they're not the judge or the jury, then why did you put that? Then shut up, Kevin. Shh. I asked you to. Shh. I'm trying not to block you, baby. Just shh. I mean, because if that's the case, then why did you bring up Cassie? Now you sounded slow. You sounded slow. You sounded slow to me. Baby, did you ride the little bus? Was your chair turned in elementary? Was your back to everybody in the class? How everybody coming in? Because you sounding slow. But again, for the ones who are new here, who are not a tea sipper, you're a guest. And you need to stay in a guest place. Because if not, I'm going to get you. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to get you. Everybody who got on the stand, who at one point worked for Diddy, was a co-conspirator. They had to tell on themselves as well as tell on Diddy. The only difference is they took a deal. Yeah, but I didn't ask you to do that. So bye. Now you can't say shit. Keep your mouth shut. Okay? Okay. Diddy. Okay, Brenda. Yeah, cause see, let's just be. Come on now, I could have bypassed this and came later, but I started getting all these messages here. I stopped what I was doing a while ago to come and do this, so I ain't had to be here. You can go where you normally go, and I can talk to my regular people. I'm cool with that. But you're not finna come over here and still drop propaganda and still sound dumb. I'm just not gonna tolerate it. No. So, like I said, hey Nona, everybody who got on the stand that had one point worked for Diddy was a co-conspirator. You're welcome, Brenda. Who took a deal. Hey Rick from Connecticut. Diddy was offered a deal as well. And he turned it down. So when y'all saying other people, why is he the only one? Why is it RICO and he by himself? He wasn't by himself. Let that click. Please, let that click. Please let that click. Take that in. He wasn't by himself. He's just the only one that's here right now, that was there, that didn't take a deal. And now that I'm listening to these charges, them charges sound like KK and possibly whoever was in that whoever was driving the black SUV that the feds took them license plates at that arson. Do y'all remember that? The feds, because one thing is for sure. He called him and threatened him, and his car was on Kid Cudi's property. And the feds saw it. If did nobody see Diddy's a vehicle that was registered to Diddy, I thought I blocked you, Kevin, baby. Now I'm gonna have to. Okay, if you pop up again, I know you're a troll. Cause you know, I keep, yeah, and you so thirsty to talk and be seen that you are letting me know that you got 50 million ass accounts. So pop up again. Ooh, pop up again. Pop up again. That's why you retracted it, probably. I don't know. So anyway, so to me, this is just my opinion. It's my platform. Okay? The feds saw the black SUV sitting there, suspicious, ran the plate. It's bad boys. Registered the bad boy. So that's probably D-Rock. the aiding and abetting, you know, that's whoever, when, what's that guy, last name is James, whichever one of the assistants who quit because of the abuse that he saw, and that he had to run after Suge Knight, and when he went to go take the medicine to help the swelling go down, the guy who wouldn't let Cassie leave for a week, that's the attempted aiding and abetting. That's not Diddy. So if they gonna come back like they did that other lady with Epstein, then those type charges is gonna go on her. That's what I hear when I hear these charges. I don't hear Diddy on those charges.
So instructions are no longer necessary. The government has also attempted to simplify the language relating to only New York law, attempted arson, the court proposed jury instructions.
Attempted arson.
Come out, so my previous video might
attempted arson.
I think that my previous video still stands. Cassie's testimony was not dropped.
Hi,
as far as I'm concerned.
Dirty Red. Even when they talked about it, they didn't say nothing about no attempted.
Whether or not the jury will find him guilty. So my last video still stands, and I just want to make that very, very clear.
Hi, Rudy. Hi, everybody coming in. Y'all, please hit the like button. It's 230. Yeah, 100 now. It's 189 people in here. Get the likes up.
The government respectfully writes regarding its requested edits to the court proposed jury instructions. The government understands the court's desire for streamlined instructions. With that in mind, the government has suggested ways to streamline those instructions. Specifically, the government has removed charges from the relating attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, aiding and abetting trafficking. The government is no longer planning to proceed on these theories of liability, and so instructions are no longer necessary. The government has also attempted to simplify the language relating to count one, a proposal as explained in the government's comment bubble that the government hopes not only serves the purposes of streamlining the instructions, but also will avoid any confusion as to the
California already got those charges ready for them when this case is over.
The aiding and abetting the trafficking of forced labor. Whilst the government has taken this seriously, the court's desire for brevity, the government still strongly believes that certain limited additional instructions on trafficking and forced labor, instructions which are regularly given in trafficking and forced labor trials in the circuit, are necessary for the jury to adequately understand the law on these charges. Each one of these instructions reflect established case law and are directly relevant to key issues in the case. Moreover, without such instructions, the government has serious concerns that the jury may misunderstand the applicable law for both charges, which are extremely complex legal concepts. And so this is basically what they are doing. They are dropping a few of these charges purely because streamlining, strategy. And I think that this is also something that could be a reason for why Diddy could get indicted. Why confuse the jury? Why convolute the jury with so many charges? They might get confused, they might get overwhelmed. And the prosecution could come together and say, we have argued our case, let's draw back some of the charges because Diddy is facing some charges twice. Diddy is facing a lot of the charges. Let's draw some of those charges back. Let's say that we're dropping some of this stuff so that it looks more easier and simpler for the jury. And it's a strategy. It is a risk from the prosecution side, but also Diddy took a risk for the fact that there were no witnesses, for the fact that he's not testifying, and the list obviously goes on. So this might be seen as a win because misinformation has been flying around everywhere where people are stating, oh, all the charges have been dropped. Diddy's going to be a free man.
All the charges have not been dropped.
That's not really how this is going to work, in my opinion. I feel like prosecution have done this on purpose because they have a specific purpose behind this, and this is why I believe it is a strategy. They genuinely want to drop specific stuff so that it looks more cleaner. Now, this could be a waste of time, a waste of resources, confusing, frustrating. Why have prosecution done this? And of course, defense are going to look at this and they're going to be like, well, we won. We're going to win. Like, these charges are being dropped. This is major. This is case. The bloggers are going to pick this up and they're going to say charges have been dropped against Diddy. And stuff like that really irritates me because many of these RICO charges are still very much alive.
Absolutely.
Very much strong and very much there.
Absolutely.
So this man can very easily be indicted on Monday, Tuesday. But the jury have 3 to 4 to 5 days.
Oh yeah, the way they streamline, and let's be clear.
I don't even think
hold on. Yeah, let's be clear. And because they are, hold on, I'm tripping. I know I'm tripping. And so because they are streamlining it and taking some of these charges and dropping them and let the state do what the state do, It ain't gonna take them long, and they're not gonna deliberate long. Once he give them to it, they're not gonna be back there long because it's gonna be clear cut. That's why I was trying to tell my tea sippers that they was going to, when it comes time to the judge giving the orders. Yes. Yeah. No, not less time, because the ones that's still there is the one that had that's could be up to life. That's still there. That didn't go nowhere. That didn't go nowhere. That didn't go nowhere. That didn't go nowhere. And y'all remember tea sippers who be here majority of the time when I was going down the list, and they said that you have to prove 2 of them. When I was proving my 2, it was never kidnapping. It was never kidnapping. It was never no aiding and abetting. It was never those. Yeah, it was never those. I never put. The ones I put were very clear cut. Bribery still there. How mysterious. Oh, well, how mysterious. Bribery still there. With oh boy mama. Attempted kidnapping, arson, and some parts of trafficking. Not all of trafficking, just some parts. And so when I hear some parts, my first mind is Gina. Whatever part that was Gina, they have to back that out, because they didn't argue that part. If they didn't argue it, just like they didn't put enough emphasis on kidnapping for me. And if my tea sippers are honest, y'all didn't hear me put no emphasis on no attempting kidnapping. He got too many more juicy ones that were way more clear cut to me than to be trying to just pick something just to pick something. See, I ain't petty like that. It got to make sense to me. And kidnapping was never one that I put in, but that bribery, that's still there. Him extorting money from that girl mama, that's 2 right there. Them 2 good ones. Do you understand? For the ones way in the back. Clear cut. Bribery. That's a no-brainer. Right? Extorting that 20K from her mama and threatening to put her sex tape out there. She can prove that she mortgaged her house, refinanced her house. And she can prove, she got a paper trail that she sent it. She got a paper trail that his employees from his enterprise provided her the details and instructions on how to do it. So if I don't say nothing else, I just gave you 2 surefire. Feds are wrong for this case. But I just gave you 2. There can't be no hung jury. I just gave you 2. So if they just say he extorted the money, she had never did a wire transfer before, one of his employees gave her instructions on how to wire this money because she was being blackmailed. And it was threatening her livelihood by sending this tape to my job. So I refinanced my house. And they gave me instructions. Here's the email. But I'm giving you 2. I'm giving you 2 simple. I'm giving you 2 simple ones that don't have nothing to do with S3X. And y'all would think he walking. No. So the wire, extortion, that's there. Bribery. $100K. He asked for 50. He wanted it so bad that he gave a bonus. He said 50. He said, bet that, double that. Oh, you my angel. I'm gonna bless your spirit and your pocket. I'm gonna give you double for the trouble. That paper trail is so heavy. Hold on for the ones who go always try to come back on AunTeaFee. Hold on. They paper trail so cold. They paper trail. Y'all come on, rock with me, roll with me. Can you do it? I don't know what you're trying to say. If you put it on a super chat or super sticker, I will shout out to whoever you want me to. Soon as you put it on a super chat or super sticker. I'm waiting. So listen, I'll tell you how cold it is. My two so cold. They cold. So double for the trouble, homie. Okay, then I ain't giving no shout out. We cool. Okay, cool. We elbowing? Yeah, bye. Yeah, because I don't know what you're trying to say on the cool. And don't start nothing with me with no end. I don't know what you're trying to say on the cool. So I'm going to remove you. Just like that. While you may be trying to talk noise on the cool and you put it in some type of code because you ain't man or woman enough to say it. So I could slide your ass on over to harassing me. But anyway. Hello. Hello. Let me tell you how cold it is. Let me tell you how cold my two guaranteed his ass ain't walking. That double for your trouble. It's so cold. It's so cold till when they got their phones, they burner phones, all their phones, his phone number was still in there under my angel, my saving grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved me from getting busted. He was in their phone. He wasn't only just in Diddy phone under my angel. He was in KK phone. Them two got paper trails, baby. All type of breadcrumbs. Them two ain't going nowhere. And my two don't have nothing to do with S3X. And guess what? He's still gonna be found guilty because ain't no way around him. He in their phone. So that means they put him in their phone. Not just Diddy, but KK's too. Because remember, it was KK who called him first, then came up to his job, right? And then when that didn't work, called him on his private number. He don't even know how they got it. And when he was saying, I can't, you need to get a subpoena, you need to go to the police. She said, hold on, somebody want to talk to you. And then Diddy gets on the phone, on KK phone. Then he threatened him. First he started saying, I can destroy you. I can end your career. Like he in the industry or something, you know. I run this shit. I need them tapes. I need for you to pull some strings. I need for you to get it. So them two was together. So some of that was being dropped is KK. Okay? But my two strong, y'all. And my two allows me not to call them, what you say, 403s, hookers, the females or the males. And I still got two strong ones that ain't nowhere in the world you can bypass. So what are we talking about? 304s. What I say, 403s? My bad. 304s. You understand? Doesn't make any type of sense. Now I know it's gonna be some people that still gonna say, but what? But what? You know I ain't big on that, so you know. So that's all I'm saying. Don't get alarmed. You know, hell, I could be over there. Here come pressure. Ass, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, he was ready to say, now. And I still say the same thing. And I am so glad that the ones they mentioned ain't the ones that I put my emphasis on. It didn't make it, you know. So let's keep listening.
Even counts for them to actually deliberate as a jury. They don't have long, basically. They have the closing arguments are today and Monday, then they have Monday, Tuesday to deliberate. Why confuse things for the jury? Let's just streamline it back. I can see why they're doing so.
I can too.
I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to, do what it needs to do for Diddy and do what it needs to do for the prosecution. I don't know if it's going to work. But this conversation and narrative that's immediately erupted
hold on.
about Diddy's now going to be a free man, charges.
Hold on.
Told you
hold
so.
on, before I forget. Yeah, I'm trying. If I was on the jury, I would say not guilty. Don't talk to me about wasting taxpayers' money when you got a president that done sit up there and made wrote a whole script. Hell, he done hooked up with somebody on YouTube to write him a skit for him to do for views with Iran, now with Israel. I'm gonna tell you I'm on my way. Go ahead and move the weapons, and I'm gonna say it was this, that, and the other. So don't tell me about wasting taxpayers' money. Okay? But don't let me forget. Before I forget, because y'all trying to trick me. He guilty. He know if it was his daughter or his wife, he'll be saying guilty. That's what killed me about pressure. If it was anybody he loved, he'd be trying to unalive him, bring him back so he can sit in jail for the rest of his life. He don't have nothing negative to say about no man. He don't have nothing negative to say about the male hookers who were bamboozled. They let Diddy change their career. They started out dancing and turned into a hooker and don't want to admit that they're a hooker. At least when females are 304s, they probably said, I don't care. But no, the guys, the male oars, that's a badge of damn honor. So the men don't have shit to say with that. Shit, get in there, nigga, get in there. Shit, handle your business. Handle your business. Dude. But if it's a female, she all type of trifling. Nasty. She got that nasty woman's disease, you know. Oh, Lord. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all know, I saw the picture of Cassie's mouth. Oh, my God. Oh, but I saw her mouth. I saw them sores. Censored. I ain't no 304, baby. A 403 or whatever that is. You can't talk to me like that, baby. Bye. Y'all say bye to censor. You're not gonna come over here and try to disrespect me like that. I know we talking about O's. I know we talking about doing something strange for a piece of change, but that ain't my cup of tea, baby. Ain't never, you know. You won't. Hello, Marlene. Oh yeah, you still done? I just gave them 2. They only dropped 3. It was a whole slew of them. I think it was 8. All you need was 2. They dropped 3. It's still some left. I just gave you 2 without even trying to remember what the other ones were. Yeah, I can't even eat my can y'all get my likes up? Before I forget. Hi, Keith. Because I put it in the title, the red room. That's why he got on all that red. That's the devil's playground. That's Pandora's box. When he got all that red on and shit. You know, red lights. Red light. Stop light. Neon light. Now I lay me down to sleep. And you ain't gonna be able to feel nothing down there. Cause I'm finna numb you. Okay. Diddy gave up something. Diddy gave up something. And what's funny to me with all this dropping of charges, no one has said who name came up. So as they dropped, a name popped up. Who name popped up? Ain't nobody talking about it. Ain't nobody talking about it. Can somebody tell me who name popped up? Charges dropped. I'm spot on. Charges dropped and a name popped up that we ain't heard the whole 6 weeks. Come on, tea sippers. Come on, tea sippers. Come on. I didn't hear that. That ain't what I heard. I'm not mysterious. I'm not saying that I'm not. Let me correct myself. That's not who I'm talking about. Now, if his name came up, I didn't hear it. Them prosecutors need to get fired for this. Big pressure, Mel. Big pressure. Who name popped up as they was dropping charges? Who name popped up? It's not. I didn't hear Kanye. I mean, I don't know. Y'all give my likes up. See, if I was getting the right support, I'll come on with it. But come on, 50s. Come on, I'm looking for it. Come on. A name, charges dropped, and a name popped up. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all so easily, I don't want to say manipulated, but it's so easy to get y'all off. Y'all so easily diverted. Jennifer, it's a male. Let me say this. It's a male. You see how the thought of Kanye came up, and guess what? He popped that ass up. Say what? Popped that ass up. We didn't have to figure it out. Cause he immediately said, "Bam! You said my name." But no, we didn't say your name, yay. She just said what happened. And you slid in there. Like what? Did y'all notice that? They said she, and all of that. And his name slid in there. His name didn't slide in there, but he popped up. So now some charges dropped and somebody's name popped up. They didn't show up, but their name popped up. Get my likes up. Come on, y'all. I can't even eat my sandwich. And I want y'all to come on. Marlene. Trump name will come up before Obama name. Support the platform. Cliff, hell, you ain't even hit the like button because my likes didn't go up. I give too much good tea for y'all not to support me properly. Was that bars? Was that bars? I give up too much good tea for y'all not to support me. He went in the courtroom. AunTeaFee, damn, you know. You came in rushing me like tell it, get your drawers on credit. And you know I'ma look up. You drop down saying something all slick. I looked up to see if my lights went up. But it's probably coming though, because he sure got nervous. But it's a couple of preachers in when Diddy first got in trouble, shit. Them Dallas preachers, I ain't gonna even lie. What Noel say? Come on. Where Noel? What else Noel say? Yeah, when my tea sippers say bye, you gotta come back another day. You gotta come back another day. Hold on. Let me change that. Let me try this one. Y'all, I need 10 likes, and then I'll tell you. Give me 10 likes, and I'll tell you. A Cash App or Super Sticker. Yeah, let me do this one. I look like I'm shocked and surprised. Like, what? Like, what? What? Who, girl, who? Thank you. Hi. Oh, yeah, I don't want, okay, well, let's just talk to him. And when I get 10 likes, I'll come and tell you who. Somebody, but they, thank you, Mysterious. What, you said, okay. So, thank you, Mysterious. So, you telling me to come on with the tea? Is that what you telling me? Thank you, Mysterious. Always glad to hear your voice. Thank you, Chewy. Ozzy, I don't know who. Okay. So, charges was dropped. Put to make sure I don't think that I can't. Charges was dropped. Charges was dropped. Thank you. And a name popped up. And I heard Shaq. Has anybody heard Shaq name? Shaq name popped up in some paperwork. In some of them Texas. So was Shaq in the red room? No! Shaq. It was in the title. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for the flowers. It was in the title. Did I put it? It's you. I put it in the title. Hell, I got y'all waiting here, and I done put the answer, put the answer in the title. Shaq name popped up. Was Shaq in that red room where everything goes down? Dang. Charges dropped, and a name popped up. I ain't heard Shaq name the whole time. People were saying, where the celebrities? Where the celebrities? You know, Kanye name did not pop. Kanye name, yay. His name, the circumstance popped up, but his name didn't. So why wasn't his name redacted? Claudia, are you saying you think that, or did it come up? Was it in their paperwork? Are you just making assumptions? Because what I'm saying is his name came up in some of the messages. Shaq name in there, not Hollywood assumptions. We ain't talking about that. Are you talking about some assumptions? I knew Diddy has. Oh yeah, he has celebrities. He has celebrity parties, but that's not this party. Those parties happen majority of the time in Miami. In Miami, ain't even came up. In all fairness and in all actuality, as they was dropping those three, I heard Shaq, yeah, but that Will and Jada. So I don't want no fake narrative. I don't want people running around saying I heard on AunTeaFee somebody said it was Will and Jada. Nope. I can't co-sign that. Now I've heard some things. I've heard some things a long time ago, and it looked like they probably true, but I don't know that. But Shaq name came up. Now, if they chose to redact Kanye's, why did they not redact Shaq? Come on, y'all. Come on. Why would they let that slide through? Why would they let that out? Why? So, did Diddy protect Ye and not protect Shaq? Or was maybe his name wasn't spelled out in there like Shaq's name is? I don't know. They had a full conversation. Was the details? I don't know. All I know is I woke up this morning early. It was early one morning, just about the break of day. And I'm up here. What? Yeah. Charges dropped and her name popped up. Hey, Macy. So hold that. We're gonna hear this. I'm gonna listen, and then I'm gonna give you my full assessment of what's going on. But I'm gonna say this again. What happened, that's normal. Especially when you have a whole bunch of charges and at least 3 of the state witnesses. 2 of them, they decided they wasn't gonna even worry about them no more, and one of them was a no-show fee. Everybody guilty to you except Tyler Perry. No, Carmelo Anthony, you a lie. Pressure, stop. You are, take that back, Pressure. Take it back. That's I'm gonna check your integrity. Take that back. I got nothing. Oh, you know the song. Did I go way back? Did I go way back? Early one morning, just about the break of day, my Lord Jesus called me And he was my sins away. I started running, I started shouting. Found no, the tambourine. Yeah. Pressure, take that back. Cause we got $100 bet on somebody that I said ain't guilty and you say they are. Okay, so remember that. Remember that. Some state charges, not federal. State charges dropped. None of them were just primary. They were, well, when I say that, they were attempted. You know, they wasn't solid. They were co-conspirators to me. KK, D-Rock, Roger Bonds, you know. Hold that thought though. Let's go. Let's hear this man here out. And then
is BS in my opinion. That man can still very much go to prison because he's still facing RICO, and this is a federal lawsuit. Federal RICO is a 90% plus conviction rate. So I want people to really understand that
when we're looking at stats, when we're looking at facts, let's be,
you know, mindful with. Chad, I thought that was Christina Coram behind me. I was very scared. I thought Auntie, you know Auntie Coram. I thought she'd done rocked up on me in Paris. But anyways,
aunties
I
don't play.
Understand that, you know, Diddy is still in a very negative position and he's very much behind bars. And I don't want people to look at this conversation and think that this man is going to be a free person because of everything that is going on. Whilst dropping those charges, prosecutors are fighting for more detailed jury instructions on the main counts of sex trafficking and forced labor. They worry that jurors may misunderstand these extremely complex legal concepts. And to be honest with you, I can see why they would misunderstand it because there's just too much for them to look at. They've looked at so many videos, so many concepts. Like the prosecutors guys have not dropped the racketeering conspiracy charge.
No.
They've just narrowed the list. That's it. Diddy's main RICO charge is still alive and the feds are just more focused. Like they don't want to talk about how we've done 25 or 35 stuff that is illegal. They're trying to focus on 3-4 things and really hyper focus on that. I don't know. I'm glad that they've done this, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. It is a risk. And also the media storm are going to pick this up. Some of the jury might look at this and even say, well, you know what? Prosecution have argued all of this. Why are they now dropping half of the stuff? Not half of the charges, but why are they?
They have argued it. They have to, again, I need for somebody who there to say, understand that some of the witnesses that were tied to them charges did not show up. They were absolutely expecting Gina. And who the other two witnesses that they were planning on calling at the end, they didn't call them. Hell, it may have been KK and D-Rock. We don't know. But we do know that Gina was coming. And when she didn't come, then old girl didn't want. Now they scared and they don't want their names and stuff, a pseudonym and all that type shit. We don't know what was going on behind the scenes. But one thing I do know, whatever Gina was gonna bring, they gotta pull that out because she did not come, and that's in all fairness. I'm talking about these law cases. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, if he was able to persuade her not to come, then whatever she was gonna offer, whatever charges that was tied to her, they gotta come out because she didn't come. And you know that's in all fairness. But again, no federal charges dropped, and what's left, he can still get life. I need for everybody to understand that. And I done gave you 2 good ones, but let's keep listening.
This is BS. Diddy's innocent. Some of the jury might even see it like this. This is why I mean that it's a risk and we have to look at it.
It's not no risk.
And I try my best to do so, even though sometimes I don't, to be honest with you. But when we look at what the prosecution are doing, we have to look at it from how the jury see it. And the jury might be like, yes, I can focus now more. Yes, I don't have to look at all of the charges. Okay.
He's scared. He needs to get his ass out of New York, baby.
Charges more clearly. Yes, it's less
He's too
stressful.
scary.
Yes, let's focus more. All the jury will look at this and will be like, you've dropped some of these charges, but you were arguing about this for a month. This is weird. I'm not buying it. Let's wrap it up.
See that? Come on, y'all. See that? I'm glad he said that.
This is why this is a big risk, but not all charges for Diddy have been dropped. Is RICO?
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear what he just said?
RICO has a 90%.
He said that they argued about these for months. They didn't argue about those charges that they dismissed. They didn't argue about them the way they argued about that other stuff.
We don't get this car going.
They didn't argue about kidnapping like that. They said that they didn't argue kidnapping like they argued that other stuff for months. Sure did not.
Tyler Perry, child. In the car.
Okay, I'm done with you. Let me get to my, let me see what she said. I saw she said something. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me hear what she got to say. Her latest.
Whoa, tonight's killing a pound of wood a day.
What a day.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing today? Well, baby, if you were Tisa Tells, we have recovered and we're going to talk about what's going on. First of all, everybody that's anti-Diddy, y'all going to have to stop living in La La Land. Y'all know I'm the biggest anti-Diddy person. But can we talk? The fact that people are out here acting like the feds dropping the predicate offenses to the RICO Act is not a big deal. Y'all are living in La La Land, and I'm sick of y'all talking down to people, condescending. Y'all, let's sit down and break down what's really going on. And I'm going to give you a real, truthful
I haven't heard this, y'all, so let's listen to what I good here.
What you want it to be, not what it should be, but what it is. Now, let's talk about what it actually is and what it isn't. Baby, the feds literally just said checkmate, or they gave a legal illusion. And the feds are hoping that they got to have their legal cake and eat it too. Okay. But the question we need to talk about is, can they serve it? First of all, let's talk about these condescending people talking about something. They didn't drop the RICO.
Hit my cash app. Hit a super chat, super sticker.
Made up a predicate act.
Y'all kill me. You're not even a norm, a regular. You ain't even support the platform. Craig. And now you want me to rearrange my lighting. Come back another day. And here I am being too damn nice and cutting it off. Y'all feel too damn entitled for me. Y'all too entitled for y'all not to support. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm just gonna keep it real. Put it on the super chat, super sticker next time. Bye. Come back another day. Don't be demanding nothing from me. Put it on super chat, super sticker. Support the damn platform. Stop being so damn demanding. Entitled. That's why Diddy ass is going to prison now. Entitled. Hell, they got paid. What the hell is going on here?
Improve. The predicate acts that are right now are whether he trafficked.
And hold on. Let me be clear with this one as well. Now, I don't necessarily agree with everything Tisa say, but I like her. Sometimes she's way too dramatic for me. But, so we're not going to talk about her either. She's been more on point than a lot of y'all. So we're not going to disrespect her. We're going to appreciate her. Okay? What you mean, who is this? Donna, bye, baby. You don't even know where you are. Ooh, Lord, have mercy. Come back another day when you figure out where you at. Go to the archives. And if you don't know where you are, just shh, be quiet, sit back and observe. Shut up. Please. Please. Please.
Whether he trafficked Cassie, whether he committed a attempted kidnapping, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting, and arson. Okay? I get the fact that they didn't dismiss RICO.
Nope.
But they dismissed the state charges that were some of the strongest, the predicate acts, because you need at least two, and the strongest ones that we spent the whole trial listening to testimony over. Capricorn, Cuddy, all these people, those are now removed. I get the fact that you still have RICO, but have we not been arguing with idiots in the comments about whether Jane was a victim, whether Cassie was a victim? Mofos, the RICO is going to be the hardest things to prove. The RICO's the hardest thing to prove, Mofos. What are y'all talking about? God, let's get into this. I'm sick of people. Everybody want to be condescending, want to be the smartest person in the room, but nobody wants to actually talk about reality. Again, nobody wants to talk about reality. Yes, the major RICO charge remains, but that's like saying you still have your house after 80% of the inside have burned down. This is not, listen, the feds are taking a huge legal gamble, and I hope that God it pays off. But this is a gamble, and every defense attorney in Diddy's camp is probably making offerings to the Dark Lord because this was a major win. Now, let's also get into this. Now that we've accepted reality,
Hey, Phyllis.
right?
Hey,
Let's talk
Biggest
about why
D.
this might be a legal checkmate.
Big D.
Some legal analysis are calling this move a checkmate, and I get it. Because on paper, it looks like the feds just pulled off the rarest play in federal court. They got their cake, and they're eating it too. Now, you're like, Tisa, what the hell are you talking about? What does this mean? Even though the state charges were dropped, the stories behind them were still told. The jury still heard that witnesses feared arson or physical violence. Allegations of bribes and encrypted, shut-it down
But they
messages,
can't use that, though.
all the worst character evidence that would normally be blocked at trial. And because the feds originally included those acts as a RICO predicate crime, they're able to get it all in under the enterprise umbrella. So what's the legal translation? If those state claims had never been on the list, the defense could have shouted irrelevant, presidential, character assassination, and the defense might have won. But by including them early and only dropping them after the jury heard the evidence, the prosecution got everything in. So even those crimes aren't being charged directly. So even though those crimes aren't being charged directly anymore, the emotional stain is still on the record. The jury already heard it, and they already felt it, and that doesn't go away. So yeah, it's checkmate. Maybe. Now, some legal minds are saying this was expert-level strategy, a chess move, a trap. They didn't need a conviction of the little stuff. They just needed it in the story. But let's just play realistic devil's advocate. What if the jury needs more than feelings? What if the defense lawyer gets up on their closing and says, yeah, people might have felt, yeah, this might have happened, but that's not illegal, and the government's not charging it. So how could this really be bribery? How could this really be, well, it's not the bribery sting. How could it really be arson? How could it really be kidnapping? How could it really be aiding and abetting when the government's not even charging that? And they will have a good case to make. Because if he tried to burn somebody's car, where's the arson charge? If they believed it, they would have charged it, and then they would have rested their case. You see what I'm saying? That is dangerous, because if the prosecution, right, doesn't walk the jury to the water, the jury may not drink it. It's not enough to make them feel something. You've got to connect the emotional dots to the legal outcome, or risk losing them in silence. Again, you guys, this was surgical, and I have 100% faith and belief in the prosecution. No doubt. But you can't win a trial just by bleeding out vibes. You still got to land the conviction. And if the jurors start asking, why weren't those things charged? It opens the door for doubt. Strategic genius or legal sleight of hand. Either way, the feds just bet big. And now we have to wait to see if the jury bites. Again, the charges the feds actually dropped, according to the filings, the acts were grounded, the RICO acts in state one, some of the most damning that we saw. 60% of the testimony hinge around. They were grounded in state law, not federal law. Okay. Attempted witness retaliation, attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. These were all state-specific theories
aiding and abetting
the larger federal RICO charge.
That's
okay,
like
why that matters and why it's not what it looks like. These weren't the only charges in the indictment. The core federal charges do still remain: RICO, federal sex trafficking, obstruction, and firearm possession. It still remains. So even though the government streamlined the predicate acts,
firearm possession,
and they're not walking away from it.
Firearm possession. Again, oh, you up here?
You can say, let me just run it over.
Let me hear them again. Firearm possession. You talking about the ones with the what is it? Defaced ones where they done shaved off? Fire tortured out. Them serial numbers. You talking about the ones that got bodies on them? Oh, baby, I ain't even include them in my two. Oh yeah, that's another surefire for all the slow ones in the back. That's 3 good ones that ain't going nowhere. And they don't have nothing to do with let's talk about sex, baby. Don't have nothing to do with none of that. Okay.
The federal infrastructure is strong. They're narrowing the legal battlefield and they're not walking away from it. Again, you can say, let me just run it over how the feds got their cake and ate it too. Here's again why it got so clever. By including those state-based acts in the original indictment, they got the court to admit testimony and evidence about those events. Even though those acts aren't on the final jury checklist, the jury has already heard the witnesses' stories, seen the patterns of violence, coercion, and control, and over how the feds got their cake and ate it too. These weren't the only charges in the indictment. The core federal charges do still remain: RICO, federal sex trafficking, obstruction, and firearm possession. It still remains. So even though the government streamlined the predicate acts, they kept the federal infrastructure strong. They're narrowing the legal battlefield.
I would say like they took out the weakest ones for me.
Again, you can say, let me just run it over how the feds got their cake and ate it too.
Don't it sound like it?
Here's again why it got so clever. By including those state-based acts in the original indictment, they got the court to admit testimony and evidence about those events.
Hold on. It sounds like to me they got rid of the weakest ones. I mean, although they was state, you still got guns. That's a surefire. People who, if anybody say he finna walk free, they lying. They just slow and they just want to talk. They getting their $20 an hour to put their fake propaganda. They what's his name? Donald Trump and us. He what? Yeah, they Donald Trump and us. A fake propaganda, fake news, fake news. Let me feed y'all anything and y'all gonna take it and run with it as if it's facts. You ain't doing no fact check or nothing. Cause baby, there go 3. I gave you 2 good ones. I gave you 2 good ones. I gave you 2 good surefire. Ain't shit you can do about them. They ain't going nowhere. You can close your eyes. You could have been bought. He could have spent a whole bunch of money for you to try to sway the jury, and there is no way you can bypass them. Bribery and that extortion or that 20K wire transfer, refinancing. And now she done reminded me, because I used to say that all the time. And Pressure be like, the guns ain't one of them. And I'm like, yes it is, Pressure. Now guns ain't. It's one of them. Them defaced guns. He can't walk, baby. That's an automatic, right? Whatever the automatic is for them deep-face guns, that's an automatic. And he ain't been in there long enough for that to be time served in the feds. No. He ain't going home. So I suggest he try to figure out a way to get them to get him a nice little therapeutic ass mattress. I shouldn't have said that. They won't get... Pressure, stop. Stop, Pressure. How can they not get all 12 people to see those guns? How they can't get all 12 people to say, well, he did ask her mama for some money. Well, if he demanded 20K illegally, he knew it was wrong because he sent it back. If they let him go home, he ain't gonna learn his lesson. I'll tell you that now. He said, what did they say? He gave it back. What you mean, head on? What did they say? I don't know what you're trying to say. You got me reading like I was on that little bus. Okay, if I'm delusional, why you here, Jeanette? Oh, I thought you was calling me delusional. I guess I need to read up. I mean, I guess yeah, it was RICO. Mama Mia, you a female? Mama Mia, you a female? You got daughters? Sister, niece, nephew, mama? You know, some folk mama had her when they was 14, 15 years old. You got a mama? I hate when I have to go like this. I really hate that I have to go there. But with people, sometimes you gotta go there and make it a reality instead of internet-ish. But some of y'all like to have that type of mindset in real life until it's your family. Until it's somebody you love. And so then them same rules don't apply when it's your kinfolk. See, I'm a realist. I have empathy. See, I have the Lord. Yeah. I have the Lord. So I ain't gonna get brand new. I ain't gonna act like, well, they shouldn't have waited so long because somebody traumatized them, aped them, you know. I ain't gonna act like it don't exist. I'm not gonna put a time frame on it. No, I'm gonna say the predator shouldn't have been a PDF file. I'm gonna say they should have kept their hands to themselves. I'm gonna keep it real. See, baby, I got her though, Scott W. Again, any man that come at me, cause baby, I bet you your mama ugly. Cause you got ugly waves, and you have a thing trolling is cool, but ain't shit you can motherfucking say to me about me, boo. Nothing. What your mama look like? Change your no picture, that picture, and put your mama there. And that's just cam up. Cam your mama up. And if you can't cam your mama up, if you ain't proud of your mama, then don't say nothing to me. Cause I bet you she ugly. Ugly. I bet you she ugly. How about that? Put your mama up. Change your picture. Yeah, I'm finna entertain you. I'm finna entertain you for a minute. We gonna go there. Put your mama up. Let's go. Put up or shut up, nigga. Put up or shut up. Put your mama up. Let's go. Scott. Oh shit, boy. Boy. No wonder. No damn wonder. Okay. No wonder. No wonder. Hold on. No, not over here. Not over here, headhunter. Not over here. No, not him. No. No. See, he a troll. Well, no, he ain't. He got his picture up. Hold on. No, sir. No, sir. This dirty ass hands. Dirty ass hands. Boy, you ain't even subpar. You are the bottom. You are the bottom. Country. Beat up ass car in the front yard. No grass. Yeah. No grass in the front yard. How dare you? Boy. You don't get your ass up out of here. You the bottom. You the bottom. Rabbit, coon. Boy, please. You had a pet squirrel. Get your ass up out of here. Bye, Scott. No. Get your ass up out of here. The bottom. Shit. I know you funky. Let's go.
On the final jury checklist, the jury has already heard the witnesses' stories, seen the patterns of violence, coercion, and control, and absorbed the emotional weight of those events. That evidence infrastructure is strong. They're narrowing the legal battlefield, and they're not walking away from it. Again, you can say, let me just run it over how the feds got their cake and ate it too. Here's again why I got so clever. By including those state-based acts in the original indictment, they got the court to admit testimony and evidence about those events. Even though those acts aren't on the final jury checklist, the jury has already heard the witnesses' stories, seen the patterns of violence, coercion, and control, and absorbed the emotional weight of those events. That evidence is now baked into the jury's understanding of Diddy's character and alleged criminal enterprise, even if it's not tied to the checkbox on their final verdict form. That's why some analysts are saying this is a checkmate. The jury got dirty and the government ditched the legal clutter. Again, it's calculated risk. The feds are betting the jury will connect the emotional dots to legal charges. That even without labeling kidnapping, the story still screams RICO. But that's the risk, because if you don't walk the jury to where they need to be, how will they know where to sit? Legal emotion doesn't always translate to legal logic, guys, and this move cuts both ways. Again, it's a brilliant trap if it works. But if the jurors get confused or think the government overreached, then retreated, it could all unravel. The jury heard the horror stories, but now the prosecution has to make that mean something. Otherwise, all they did was set a stage for reasonable doubt, and that is a gamble.
Power companies hate when you do this, but there's nothing they can do about it. There's a new portable cooling system that can drop the temperature in a room by up to...
Was set a stage for reasonable doubt, and that is a gamble. Because let's not forget, you guys, the jury is not made of robots. Let's not forget for a second that this is a federal trial. Forget all the expert takes, the conspiracy breakdowns, the people that want to be the smartest person in the room. Because at the end of the day, 12 people just like you and me and he and she and they and them are sitting in a jury box. Not lawyers, not prosecutors, human beings. People with emotions, confusion, personal baggage, and opinions they don't even know they have yet. The government, again, is hoping that by removing the kidnapping, the arson, the sex trafficking under New York law, that the case will feel cleaner and simpler. Okay? Now we're going to give them a clean legal map. A RICO, trafficking, obstruction, it's easy, right? But real people don't think in legal cleanup language. We're not dealing with robots who neatly sort out predicate acts and venue law. We're dealing with people who second guess themselves. People who think, wait, they said he tried to burn a car. Why didn't they charge that? And then those questions bubble up. Doubts start to form. Not always out loud, sometimes just silently in a juror's gut. And if just one juror clings to that doubt, you could be looking at a mistrial or worse, acquittal. The human mind doesn't separate emotion from structure, you guys. Most people just hear a horrific story, then get confused when the final charges don't match what they remember. That mismatch, that's where defense attorneys live.
Okay.
And boom, reasonable doubt. I can't stress this enough. The feds are banking on one thing, that the jury will connect emotional dots to legal elements, even without labels. This is a huge gamble, because social media hasn't even been able to do that. Because humans don't naturally do that. They want clarity. They want a through line. They want charges to match the horror. When that doesn't happen, they may start thinking the story is exaggerated, or worse, the government overreached and is now walking back. So the feds might have made the case legally cleaner, and all the political pundits that are so smug, and they're saying, I get it. But in doing so, they put all their trust in how well 12 strangers can emotionally and mentally bridge the gap of domestic violence, coerce, fraud, and control. And that's not law. That's psychology. And psychology is messy. It's unreliable, and it's impossible to predict. This isn't a legal gamble, it's a human one. Because if the jurors don't make the mental leap from story to statute, the whole thing could collapse under its own emotional weight. The government may have played it smart, and I am praying they have. I feel they have. But the question now is, will the jury play along? Anyway, you guys, let me know what you think.
Hold on. She getting intel. Is she there? Hold on. That's the Diddy attempted. What I done missed? Hold on, fooling with these coon eating ass boys. Okay, so okay, I'm late to the party. Hold on. Let me see if she said.
Why has no one told you that memory loss can be reversed without expensive medications? They just don't know.
Oh my God, you guys, come in here, sit down and shut the door. I know you are still
fooling with the coon eating ass boys.
The most emotionally charged offenses against Diddy. And I put my ear to the ground and I'm seeing what is being said. But
get the lights up, y'all.
To talk about. Just keep your mind open.
Okay,
because
let's
at
go.
this point, we have to talk about everything, not just the things that we know, not just the things we want to believe, but what
Jeanette, did you
actually
come
may be
in and
happening.
speak to me
And we need
before
to talk
you,
about Diddy
did you
and how
speak?
what the feds did might be his road to pardon.
Jeanette,
Okay?
did you speak?
Here's the truth. Everyone's
First,
whispering,
I mean, I
but
don't
no
mind what
one's
you
saying
put,
right.
but did you speak?
Did Diddy cut
How you
a
gonna bring
secret
somebody
deal
else's
with
name
the
over here and
feds?
did not speak
I know,
my name?
I know, but hear me out.
Y'all ain't got no damn
Just
home
because
training.
the government okay, hear me out. Let me organize the thoughts. Let's get into this. Because the government just dropped all the state charges, kidnapping, attempted arson, aiding sex trafficking, gone, and all that's left are federal charges. And if you've been paying attention, you already know you can't be pardoned for state convictions, but you can be pardoned for federal ones. And our president has signaled that if he sees evidence that Sean Diddy Combs was being treated unfairly, he would consider a pardon. Those were his words, not mine. Google it. And I didn't want to believe the whispers at first, but y'all, they're getting louder. What if the feds want this case to be federal only? And what if Diddy gave them something or someone behind closed doors? And if so, what does this mean for justice, for the victims, and for the truth? Don't worry, y'all. I got the receipts. I got the legal play-by-play.
Press
I'm
it
going to
down.
walk you through everything that
Hi, Yuda.
headlines won't tell you.
If
Y'all,
I'm
let's
saying it right,
go.
hi.
Okay? Now, just to catch you up to speed,
Thanks
you
for
have no idea what I'm
speaking.
talking about. Late money prosecutors
Or
dropped the most
acknowledging.
dramatic charges against Sean Diddy Combs. You guys know that was the attempted kidnapping under California and New York law, attempted arson, and aiding sex trafficking. Okay? Now, officially, they're calling it streamlining of jury instructions. But off the record, in back rooms, people are nervous. They're whispering and they're wondering. Because this isn't just about legal strategy. This might be about a secret deal. Think about it. The state charges were the most graphic, most specific, and the hardest to erase with a pen stroke. You can't get a presidential pardon for state conviction, but for federal charges, you can. Okay? Since they've erased all state and they only leave federal standing, you have to question. Did Diddy hand over names, locations, or footage that helped build a bigger case? And is this the price of playing with power at this level? Protection in exchange for silence. Because here's the dangerous truth. If this was a quiet cooperation deal, it helps Diddy in more ways than one. First, it makes him look less dangerous. See, you guys? No kidnapping, no arson, just your friendly neighborhood pervert. Second, it creates the appearance that the case is weakening. Just appearance. Softening public outrage just in time for the defense's big finish, which is their closing argument. And third, and this is the part people are forgetting, it opens the door to a future pardon. Remember, federal crimes can be erased by a presidential signature, but state convictions stay sick. So the question becomes, did the federal government just remove the only thing standing between Diddy and a clean political escape? And while we're asking these questions, listen, where? Because some people are like, oh, don't worry. The state's going to bring up charges. Well, I have a question. Where are the state prosecutors? Why haven't California and New York DAs stepped up and said, we'll pursue those charges ourselves? Their silence speaks volumes. And I'm going to walk you through everything. Whether it's legally possible for Diddy to cut a deal without public knowledge, how a presidential pardon could play out, and why the absence of state-level action right now is either strategy or surrender. You guys stay with me, because once you understand this map, you'll see exactly what path they might be paving. Okay? Okay, let's walk you through this like it's a legal trademark. The feds dropped only state-based crimes, not federal. Attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, and aiding sex trafficking. They kept the federal RICO, federal sex trafficking, and forced labor and obstruction of justice. Now, what's the legal significance of that? State crimes can't be pardoned by the U.S. president. Federal crimes can. The fact that only unpardonable charges were removed raises the questions. Why and why now? Now, some people Now, here's the thing. You have to keep in mind these aren't state prosecutions. They're federal prosecutors trying to use state criminal statutes to help make their case. Now, that was rare.
Okay, so hold up, y'all. Hold up. Let me stop. Hold up. Stop. Let me stop. Listen. Okay. I don't have no problems with Tisa. I adore her. I listen to her almost every day. She ain't my top ones, but I will listen to her. But what you will not do, see, is come over here and bring her in my comment and not even send a message of hi to me. You're not gonna do that. You're not. That's disrespectful to me. Cause see, ain't nobody going over to nobody else's platform bringing up other people's names. So I think you're trying to be funny on the cool. And so everybody that comes over here knows who she is. I say her name. So you don't have to say it until you speak to me. Okay? Are we clear? Okay? Myron. Okay? And whoever else. We don't have no problems giving her her props. Okay? So we clear. I ain't no hater. But you're going to come over here and make some form of acknowledgement of me over here as you would on somebody else's platform. Okay? What's wrong with you? Y'all crazy as hell. Black men need to stop breaking the law.
Sometimes state definitions cover.
I ain't making no excuses for nobody.
Especially when it comes to violent.
Because ain't nobody gonna make no excuses for me. Hell, they can't even say hi in the comment section.
Why drop the state-based counts? Well, here's the plausible cooperation logic. State law-based charges are easy to drop quietly. They headline federal charges like RICO and sex trafficking. Dropping them gives the defense a visible win without touching the big federal counts, which the feds still need for leverage. And it signals progress in cooperation without confirming it. No paperwork has to be filed publicly at this stage. So they may have the drop charges may have been a symbolic trade-off. You help us with X, Y, and Z, and we'll make sure those.
So he didn't break the law when he extorted money from old girl mama? That don't have nothing to do with being freaky. See, it's easy for people to just get stuck on freaky. And I done named 3 things he did to break the law that didn't have nothing to do with freaky. And people still come back to freaky. What about bribery? What about extorting money from that girl's mama cause he was going to blackmail her and send her daughter's XXX tape to her job? You don't think that he should be punished for that? He has defaced guns that probably have bodies on them. Normal, regular, law-abiding people don't have defaced guns with serial numbers taken off of them. That's gangster. That's mafia. That's mob. Y'all gotta stop. And then we wonder why the crime is the way it is, and black on black crime. But you don't want to. You tired of seeing black people go to jail, but it's a whole bunch of black on black crime. And then people come over here saying, what type of black women talking down on black men? Black men need to man up. Start taking full responsibility. Get their life right with someone higher than them. See, the problem with Knucklehead right here, he think he God. And I don't know why in the not reminding the people when they say it's not an enterprise, that's a lie. His sister said, okay? His sister said, this is his kingdom, right? And we are here to do whatever it is to please him. That's the enterprise, baby. Who do you know? Who what? So we got to stop making excuses for black men. Baby, but I don't care who is. I'm not debating that if they are God's greatest creation. I don't care shit about that. If they're evil-hearted, evil-minded manipulators, he's not a man after God's own heart. What are you talking about? Don't go there with me, lady, because I could take you there. God is not in front of him. He's not submissive unto God. Are we going to do this? Are we going to do this? Are we going to do this? So you going to tell me cause a black man is God, that he don't make no mistakes? His name ain't, he ain't David. His name is Diddy. His name is Sean. His name is Satan, Lucifer. He in the Bible too. He used to be good. Are we going to go there? Are we going to go there? He Lucifer. And I want to know what you're gonna say when they start coming out. All them some of them bodies. I want you to still feel like, oh, well, he still should be walking around. You know, they shouldn't lock him up. I know he killed somebody. I know he and you're gonna be his next damn victim. He like people like you. I'm gonna tell you that now. He would love you because you come up with every reason. Yeah, you Cassie.
Charges don't fall after the trial. Now, here's the thing.
You Cassie.
A lot of people said.
You Cassie.
Robin.
You need to put Cassie behind your name.
Cooperation be on public record. Well, you guys, yes and no.
Stay right there.
Not yet.
That's even but what we know he has done. See, this is what killed me about you, look, Cassie. You look, Cassie. Let me tell you. While you making excuses for him, he has already, when he was humble. See, when he was humble, he said he know he was wrong. He was in a dark place. At one of them awards, he got up there and gave that girl credit. He said, thank you. When I was going through my darkest times. He knew he was dark. And you got your little ass up here making excuses for him. See, but what had happened was, since then, he thought that he was going to get over. He thought, see, but he was sorry. I ain't going to make no excuses. But at the end of that, guess what he said? He said, I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to say I'm sorry. Something he said. I said, well, hell, boy. So while you sitting here making excuses for him, he's already acknowledged it. So what's your point? He said it's unacceptable. There's just no excuses for it. Now, had the whole world not seen it, he probably wouldn't have said it. But when he was humble, when he couldn't lie his way around it, because even when the girl was down in a fetal, you still stomping and shit. And you find a way to make excuses for him because he black? Huh? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? I ain't said none. Okay. Okay, so you're not listening with your good ear. I'm gonna have to remove you today. I intentionally. Let me cut my light on so I can act like I'm looking at you. I intentionally didn't say anything about the hoism, sexism, pornism, and I still found RICO. Now what you talking about? No assistance? Yeah, so it's RICO because he told his assistant, I proved RICO and ain't even mentioned sex. So what you talking about? I proved RICO and ain't included the assistants. So what you talking about? Can you hear with your good ear? Take your earpiece out, baby, so you can hear. Can you hear? Can you hear? Since you want to be all in the word, he said, he who has ear, let him hear. Can you hear? Can you hear? She sure is, Nona. She had a touch. Can you hear? I intentionally left off any bedroom activity. I ain't even mentioned DV. And I could still give you 3. So what you talking about? And you still making excuses for bad behavior because he black. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? I give you 3. But I need for you to make sure you clean out your ears, baby, before I repeat it to you again. I gave you 3. All you need is 2. And the ones I gave you don't have nothing to do with an assistant or SEX from the male hookers or the what 304s. I gave you 3. See, this is why this is what I'm talking about. This is why I get irritated. This is why I don't allow that fake propaganda, them control narratives over here, because y'all already messed up. When facts can be right there in front of you, you still gonna find a reason to come up or change the narrative or move. Because I didn't say nothing about that assistant. So why you bring that up? Because you're looking for a reason. You looking for a reason cause he black. What? And this bothers me because again, I say this case has really made it clear to me. I understand why my culture stay in jail. I understand now. Because you think how you feel supersedes the law. You think, yeah, it's the law, but yeah, well, I don't think it should be. What? What? No, come on now. And if I was you, I just would be quiet. Oh, girl, I'm going to go ahead and remove you today. She said his daughter and sons are ready to hug and kiss him. You don't think when that girl mama got a phone call, you don't think that she wanted to hug and kiss her daughter? When somebody is threatening her and then threaten you to send him $20,000? Or he going to send her sex tape to your job for everybody to see? You don't think her mama was entitled to have? Oh, so you only care about the mothers and kids of black people. You don't care about our people. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, they trolling. Okay, I'm gonna remove you today. I'm gonna remove you. I'm gonna go ahead. Bye-bye. Y'all say bye to you. You need to go and check yourself. You need to go check yourself. You slow. You wrote that little buzz. You Cassie. Next time come back as Yuda Cassie. Cassie Yuda. Cause you Cassie. You done been groomed before. Yeah. You done been groomed before. Do she not know his seed has been planted in the sun and he got a case too? She don't know he done took cookies on the boat. She don't know that. She don't know he done gave his son that entitlement. Huh? She don't know that. Gary, go sit down. Who's on? Go sit down. Go sit down. Go sit your ass down. That look. There go that look. She don't know that. She don't know that.
Structured cooperation agreements are often under seal to
she don't know that.
Against active investigations, ongoing targets who might not know they're being watched, and safety of the cooperator. The public usually doesn't find out until sentencing. When the prosecution says Mr. Combs provided substantial assistance, we recommend a lighter sentence under 5K1.1. That's the federal formal snitch card. So right now, if Diddy is cooperating, they wouldn't want it to be on record. Again, taking it to legal. Deals with cooperators are often sealed under Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. Grand jury materials, informant deals, and cooperation agreements can be kept secret for national security, safety, or investigative reasons. United States v. Doe, courts actually upheld, and this is a 1995 Second Circuit decision, so it rules this case. Courts upheld sealing cooperation deals to protect identities and preserve ongoing investigations. So yes, Diddy could be cooperating without us ever seeing it publicly. And again, don't forget, cooperating with feds doesn't always look like testifying. It can mean providing names, documents, devices, and even helping decode encrypted evidence.
So charges dropped. Hold on.
Blues, celebrities
and the name popped up.
Testifying, but their cooperation was rewarded behind the scenes. This keeps reputations.
Okay, hold on. I was in the other room. Hold on.
Going investigation.
Hold on, cause charges dropped.
And don't forget, cooperating with feds doesn't always look like testifying. It can mean providing names, documents, devices, and even helping decode encrypted evidence. In cases like Operation Varsity Blues, celebrities helped without testifying. Preserve this case. Courts upheld sealing cooperation deals to protect identities and preserve ongoing investigations. So yes, Diddy could be cooperating without us ever seeing it publicly. And again, don't forget, cooperating with feds doesn't always look like testifying. It can mean providing names, documents, devices, and even helping decode encrypted evidence. In cases like Operation Varsity Blues, celebrities...
What you mean not testifying? What you mean not all charges? Ivan, what you mean not all charges? I stepped away. Let me see. What you mean? Oh, she gave you a headache. Yeah, she started saying super stuff. No, I don't have patience for that. What you mean not all charges? I had to go get I'm out of juice. What you mean not all charges? See, a kidnapping wasn't one of my ones. Kidnapping wasn't one of my ones. Because I remember early on saying that was gonna be hard for me to process. That's gonna be hard for me to process. Yeah. It was always hard for me to process because when I think of kidnapping, I understand that if you take me somewhere and I don't want to go, that's kidnapping. But I get that too. But again, you wasn't here when I said it earlier. To me, when I hear those charges, I hear KK. I hear D-Rock. I hear his security guards. I hear his strong arms. Yeah. And hi, Juanita. I hear them more than I hear, like when the thing was turned, his cameras was turned, and he was in his house. Now, only the thing with that one, I would have assumed that because he called him and threatened him, and he said he was at his house. So now he put himself in his house, but he didn't necessarily put himself as he was the one who threw the cocktail in his car. Does that make sense? He told him, I'm here. I'm waiting on you. So he was there, right? He was there. But that wasn't a charge. So the arson part, his bodyguard, is that what they call him? His hitters or whatever. I would see them doing that before I see him lighting it and throwing it in the car. But he said, I'm here waiting on you. So he was there and his car was there. So in that case, I can see, since they announced in court that D-Rock and KK, now they didn't announce it on the news, but in court they announced that they are co-conspirators. I believe that those charges will be added to them. So these charges right here are not the boss man charges. Maybe if I say it like that, y'all get it. These state charges, these state level charges are not the kingpin boss charges. That RICO and racketeering, those are boss man charges. These charges that they dropped at state level are his assistants. That I don't know. I was saying that they was waiting, because I'll tell you what I said. I'm gearing for a Jay-Z. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. I ain't hiding it. I ain't faking the funk. I think he is a key to y'all already know what I think. I think he is a silent partner to the hit on Dolph. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out there. I think he is a key to, but he always seems to sliver out. That's my opinion. So I would have probably thought Jay-Z, especially when I just did the video about him dissing Kanye after talking about, so and you mad cause Kanye popped up, cause I talked about that and held, and then he done dissed him in Paris on the stage. Yeah, so I would have assumed Jay-Z. But his name wasn't the one that popped up that I ain't heard Puffy is going to get it. So I heard Shaq. So that's why I was listening to her, see, okay, who gonna say his name? Why ain't nobody said his name? Because his name popped up in the conversation that they read in court. So why they ain't said Shaq's name? So charges was dropped and Shaq's name popped up. Why was his name not retracted? What they say? Like Ye's. So he had to give up somebody, because he been protecting everybody else's name, right? Oh, he ain't no rapper. Oh, okay, he a basketball player. Okay. Shaq's name popped up. Yeah, he a snake, but I'm just saying. So, but these charges here, they sound more like the assistants to me than Diddy, because he a boss. He ordered. He made them, he protected his hands by way of them. So, yeah, he may have ordered the arson. He threatened to have to blow his car up in front of his partners so his people could see to send a message. So it sounded like he took a deal. Because I don't know where his name been all this time. Right? Right? The very day charges are dropped, Shaq name pops up. And I know I said he's going to have to give up somebody big. Again, I'm thinking Jay-Z. I ain't saying he didn't. I'm just saying his name didn't pop up the day the charges dropped. I could have seen LeBron too, but I don't know unless it comes out more. I heard, and his name is on paper, Shaq. But it did not pop up until today. And I ain't big on coincidences. Let me tell you that now.
Behind the scenes. This keeps reputations intact and protects the government's leverage in ongoing investigations. Now, the state may stay quiet on purpose. State prosecutors in New York and California have said nothing about refiling or pursuing these drop charges. Why? Possibilities. Let's go through them.
No, I've been saying that, y'all. I've been saying that this is just one, probably of three. Did I not say that? I said California and Miami. Now Miami probably is gonna be the last one. I don't know, but because what we thinking, what we are wanting, what I can't believe you. I'll believe this later. Okay, well then bye. Then you think I'm gonna let you talk about me and my? No, I don't make money like that. No, but you think I'm gonna let you talk about me on my platform? Really? Where they find these fools at? Now, Pressure, that's a fool. You say Cassie one. Now that's one too. Now, shit. Devin and Devon and Angel. Y'all crazy as hell. Where they find you at? Did you hear my super chat, super sticker? Don't talk to me like that, boy. If you can't show me what you're working with, I'm talking about Cash App, super chat, super sticker. Y'all are killing me. Stop it. Stop it. Where y'all find these foolish people, these little slow bus riding people? You think you're gonna come over here and what? Prosecutor start to look a fool too. Well, she was a fool. She was foolish. Now I have to hold this, y'all, because I don't have no juice, so I had to use my bank. Now, so don't watch what come out your mouth. Yeah, but I guess, because somewhere down the line, he felt like he had made it to the point. Now, let's just keep it real. He felt like he had surpassed being black. Why you niggas all up in his ass? He felt like he was privileged enough to absolutely get away with whatever it is that they get away with. Especially offering 50 mil to bond out. Now, I don't know nobody black. Nobody black that offered to pay 50 mil just to get out of jail. So he was way beyond that. So he thought that he thought that he was bigger than black. Okay? And that he was going to be able to get away with everything that they get away with, plus some. if you gonna drop your ass over here, you need to do the translate in English. Because you would not be cussing me out, calling me out my name in whatever language that was. I need to be able to understand what you're trying to say. Okay. Okay. You gotta be quicker than that. You gotta be quicker than that. We speak English over here. Okay. Okay, hit your translate button. Okay. So I believe that's where Diddy's downfall was. He thought he was beyond his color. So y'all can compare Clive Davis, all of that, you know. I don't know exactly who Suge Knight want him to tell on. I don't know who Suge Knight wants him to tell on. But he damn sure want him to tell on somebody. That was the first time he ever made sense to me. When he said the only way to stop this, the only way to stop and help the people that's gonna follow behind is to tell on the ones, the higher ups. Now that came out of Suge. I respect that. He's saying he's saying he needs to set him free, but he's saying, I'm not saying he didn't do what he's accused of. He's acknowledging that. I respect that. All I'm saying is he's not the only one. Hell, he should be too. I understand everybody in that industry who was told that this is what we do and have done it are afraid right now and want him to walk free. I get that because it's a lot of them. He is not the only one. Again, I need for everybody to hear me. Everybody in the front, in the middle, yeah, hallelujah, and in the far back that was late to the, I need for everybody to hear me. Diddy is not the only one. But because he's not the only one, don't mean he didn't do what he did. He did what he did. And there are others. So I respect the fact that Suge Knight is saying you need to get on the stand and tell your story. Tell them. Because if not, it's going to continue. As well as if he gets out, it's going to continue. Because again, Diddy could have took a deal. Diddy could have took a deal. And I want all of us to be fair and honest. Because we know he did it. We may not like the charges, but we know he did it. And when he's found guilty of whatever, we cannot be in no, oh, they did it wrong, did it. Other people did it too. Because he could have took a deal. He could have gave up somebody other than Shaq. Long time ago. Diddy could have been home kissing on his daughters and sons. Although his son got his own case. Y'all act like y'all don't forgot about that. Y'all act like y'all don't forgot about Ava. Y'all done got so damn brand new. Cause he black. And again, what y'all are looking for, yeah, Christian got a case. Where he pick up those habits? Where he pick up those habits? Pressure, Where did Christian pick up those habits? He got a case. Pressure. Where did Christian pick up those habits that he felt entitled to take it? So why we acting? This is what killed me about us. We can't be true about shit unless it affects us. No, bull crap. And hell, we don't know what's going on in their house because he crossed all lines. He crossed all lines. He don't have no boundaries with nobody. I don't believe, as far as when it comes to Diddy, I don't believe he think nobody's off limits. I don't think he believes nobody's off limits. Pressure, I'm gonna have to remove that. This ain't no scam. It's a generational curse, nigga. This is a generational curse. The apple don't fall far from the tree. And again, I'm gonna say, where's Abel? Why she not in court? He said he adopted her, right? Ain't that what he said? Didn't he say that's his new adopted child? Right? She's a Scorpio. Hi. My name is Ava. I was walking down the street smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. And he saw Mr. Combs, saw me and said, say, child. Oh, AunTeaFee. I wasn't supposed to say that. Abel, didn't Abel say that? Gave her the kiss of death, gave her the kiss of you next. Ooh, yeah, shit, yeah. Where's she at? Why she hadn't come to court and support her dad? Where is she? You tell me. I'm pressure. Where she at? Since it's the new scam. Where she at? That's the new scam. Picking kids up off the street. She can't even get her story right. One time she walking down the street. Yeah. The second time when he said, oh no, come on, Ava, you know, you gotta do better than that. They gonna be looking at me crazy. Well, I was six months old and I was playing with a Delilah and Jesse. And then they in the back saying, yeah, 6 months old. Yeah, 6 months old. Where she at? Pressure, where Abel? Pressure, where Abel? I think they need to do a wellness check at your house. Make sure you ain't got them people in the basement and shit all tied up by the hands and feet, all, you know. They need to do a wellness check with you, Pressure. You shit. Where Abel? Black people who down for the black people no matter what. Where Abel? She's still kicking it with the twins. Well, why she ain't in court with her daddy? Hi, Teresa. Why she not in court with her daddy and all the rest of the family? Ching Chong Hung Chong, she there with her baby. Where she at? Why she not there? When all of them, when Chance Chase or whatever that girl name is, when I was there, they was doing a family thing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. Where was she at? She needed help. He rescued her. He gave her the kiss of love. She signed a love contract.
During an ongoing broader federal probe. If Diddy is helping build bigger cases, filing state charges too early could expose cooperating witnesses, including Diddy. And political coordination between the DLG and the state AGs is common when elite defendants are.
Now, let me tell you this. Now that I know how they playing, and why you bring up people not that is, she is a part of that is fact. We saw her. She spoke. He kissed her. He was on her. He was on her. Right here. Now, what is your name? What is your whole name? Okay, now tell the people. Come on, Ava. Ava, yeah, Ava. Are you telling me that didn't happen? She said, hi, I'm Ava. I'm a Scorpio. I like riding bikes and eating popcorn and cotton candy. Where's she at? But yeah, so yesterday, 30-minute closing argument. Okay, let me pause. Y'all remember the other day when I did in the comments, I think, a poll, and I said, who do y'all think was most helpful to at the end? And I said, I know people don't think Brandon Paul was helpful, but I thought he was. She must be okay because we haven't. Is she still amongst the living? Hell, or is she over in Russia somewhere? Is she tied up? Where is she? Cause word on the street, she was sold to the highest bidder. But anyway, you know I care. I cared about the people in Memphis when that girl got arrested. Do I need to go there with you? Do I need to say her name? And she went over to Mississippi down the street around the corner. And she was trafficking that little girl. Hey, Nona, I read that twins left the courtroom because they was disgusting. Blitzburg High. And she got out of jail for her mama. All to turn around and get busted for trafficking a minor. You know I care. Are we gonna do this? I'm consistent. I have integrity, baby. Don't play me. But let me say this. This kind of have a different texture with what happened yesterday when the defense rest. They had 2 more people that they was going to. They cut that short. The defense didn't have no questions. He didn't get on the stand. They ended. It was just like, but what? What is going on? 10 minutes? That's all you got? Oh wait, what's going on? Diddy telling the judge, Judge, I just want to say thank you. You know, thank you. You're doing a very good job. You look nice today. Do you like glistenite? Whatever that's he didn't say that, y'all. I'm playing. Yeah, now it kind of have a different texture because, and I say that because when old boy came in, Brandon, when he was gonna plead the fifth and he got immunity, Diddy wasn't in the courtroom. He was looking over papers. And I think he sealed some things for RICO. Whether he knew it or not, he validated a lot of stuff. He did. And he validated a lot, and he was on his way to leaving the election. He was on his way to leaving out the country with drugs on their private plane, on a private jet, right before he was got arrested. Hey, this, I don't know what you're trying to say. You need to, I don't know if you're trying to talk, I don't know. Do that in English. Do it in the way that I understand what you're saying. Don't smoke drugs. I never have. I don't do that. We ain't talking what you say. Do I need to remove you? Because do you know where you at? Do you know what we're talking about? What does that? What does that have to do? What are you trying to say? Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I was waiting for you to say that. Bye. Y'all say bye to dickhead. You eat coon? I don't know whatever that other guy. You eat coon? Rabbits and squirrels and shit. You eat out of the wilderness. Go play with yourself. Okay. So, yeah. That all now has a different texture and different feel to it. Let's finish. And again, we're gonna say, and just so y'all know, whatever words y'all using that YouTube blocks, or you using words that I have blocked, I don't even see it. It says this message is held for review. I never go back and review it. So if you talking shit, I don't ever know. Just so y'all know, just so y'all know, I have every just about every word. And if I don't have it already, when you put it in my comments, I add it. So when you try to call yourself telling me off, being disrespectful or racist or whatever, I don't see it. I done blocked it. So the joke is on you. While you think you funny, I'm laughing at your ass because I can't see it. It says hell for review. And I ain't reviewing it. So I never know. See how that work? So all of them, that's hell for, I don't see that shit. But what I will do is return it back to you. Return to sender. And I don't even open it. I don't even see it. So your message never reached me. But I'm going to return it to sender. So whatever you said to me, I return it back unto you. Okay.
Involved. Now this does mirror silent cooperation deals in major cases. Tekashi 6ix9ine, he cooperated secretly. Feds minimized his charges. No early leaks. Public found out after sentencing.
They found out after sentencing.
Blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision.
So I guess we'll know that if he took a proffer
after sentencing. Let's also not forget Sammy the Bull Gravano's case. Murder charges dropped because he gave up the entire Gambino hierarchy. We see the pattern. Drop some charges now, protect informant, cash out later. And let's also not forget that the presidential pardon angle is real. Trump pardoned multiple federal criminals with no public reasoning, including Rod Blagojevich, the former Illinois governor convicted of corruption, Michael Flynn, who actually lied to the FBI, and Kodak Black and Lil Wayne under federal gun charges.
Thank you.
Diddy is only convicted on federal charges and keeps political connections strong Trump or even a future president could wipe the all out away in the future. That's why the removal of state charges matters so much. There's also strategic optics. Listen, they are saying that a softened defendant makes pardon easier. There's no kidnapping, no arson, no physical violence and charges anymore. The public optics shift from monster predator to music mogul who made mistakes. It's a softer image. It makes it easier for a future president to justify a pardon, especially if he claims he was targeted or canceled.
Okay, so Pressure, why wasn't Shaq redacted? Why do you think he wasn't redacted, but Kanye was? Why? Help me understand. Help me process. I mean, I'm entertaining it. I can see that, but help me understand with your logic how some charges dropped, which were state, and then a Shaq name pops up, and there's no way nobody can make me believe that they didn't know Shaq name wasn't in there. And if they hear Kanye's name, not the circumstance, but his name, why would they not hide Shaq's? I don't know. It ain't too far-fetched for me. Because why would you throw Shaq out there like that? But save Kanye. I mean, because Kanye came, but he only came because his situation popped up. He didn't come before. But okay.
You guys, this is a gamble. But we have to be honest, if you look at legal precedents, we've seen it before. Similar federal simplifications were made in Young Thug's trial. The overcomplication led to chaos. And in the Harvey Weinstein retrial, feds narrowed the scope when cases got too emotionally driven or shaky. The strategy is go big or go home. But when you lose nuance, you also risk losing the journey.
That's all I need for help. But let me say this. I get that. But I have to imagine what was Gina. Why was number 3 so big? And why she didn't come? And what was she bringing that they had to remove? Because whatever she was bringing, they had factored that in when they hit him with the charges, right? And I know if I was on the defense and I know that some of these charges are pertaining to other people and they did not come, why is that here? Why is that here? Get that up out of here. And in all fairness, I don't want him charged with nothing that he did not do. But if he did it, I want him to be charged for it. Cause he is a PDFer, PDF filer. But I'm never gonna be okay with you adding stuff to it just because. If Gina didn't show up, or whoever them other two people that would have been able to collaborate, or if they didn't show up, get it out. I ain't never been big on that. And don't take no plea for shit that you didn't do. If you did it, that's one thing. But now get that out. So everything that's pertaining to Gina, get it out. Even if they haven't gotten it out, they need to get it out. Whoever them people are that they decided not to bring in, get it out of there. Cause that's how you'll get a mistrial. That's how, cause it was based on somebody that you, what? And as much of the same stuff as we kept hearing over and over, especially me and you, Pressure, and everybody else, when you kept saying, I'm sick of this. Oh, God damn. This still how about that? We was tired of, what is the name of that slide stuff? That gel enhancer stuff and baby oil. We were so sick of that. They got videos of what? Object. So we were so sick of that. And so they just did not overkill us with kidnapping. They didn't drive that kidnapping home to us. They didn't attempt it. They didn't drive that. They didn't drive that. Everything that happened. I'm sure they got a lot of evidence. But why Shaq now? Why Shaq now? After they dropped charges. Yeah. So yeah. So the ones that they removed, they wasn't the biggest to me. Cause they didn't overkill us with that stuff. Arson, I see how that can work. I see how that can work. He wasn't the actual one to throw it in Kid Cudi's car, but his car was there. That's his bodyguards. Those are his right hand men. That charge got to be added to them. And what's the other one? Arson, that kidnapping, and and all they other did with the other XXX trafficking. They minimized it. Only certain, so it's still there. It didn't totally go away. So if that's what they took off, okay, I never counted those. They got really good ones other than that. That's why I keep saying the bribery, that's one. The extortion from that girl mama, that's two. And the guns, that's three. And that ain't weak. That's solid. You say it's a weak case, that's solid. It was still coercion, bribery. It's still him under his umbrella. It's still, and he made those calls. So on that he can't even say it was his employees. KK initiated, but he got his ass on his phone and followed up with him. And put his name in more than one phone. Yeah, I mean, so come on. So that bribery, hell, he thought they was friends. He called him an angel. You're my love. Oh, he called him his angel. He's closing his eyes. Love like I never seen. Each day I take to remember. You saved my life. I was on my way to jail. You're my angel. He called him an angel. Love you every time. I love the way you feel. I'ma give you an extra 50 grand. Let me hear this other one, because I need to get to Carmela. And he still come to court and told him, They showed him recently. Oh, dang, that's what I was, hold on. Okay, hold on. Y'all got me all off track. I gotta go, y'all. I'm moving like the day Friday. I'm so tired. I was up laughing at Trump all night. Ooh, baby, when I tell you I had them mad, I done went back and found the video of his daddy where they done changed the names, and his daddy didn't like him. Used to beat him, send him to, at 13, send him to a reform school and shit. He ain't had nothing good to say about his mama. You know, he just said that she was a quality dresser in this. He didn't say he loved, he didn't say I always love my mama. She brought me in this world. He ain't say nothing like that. Oh, okay. But I was laughing at that ass because he cussed everybody out. He said, seeing in the media, all of y'all won't say I'm the greatest. My daddy says I have to be the greatest. He passed for school. Kenwood. Did he? I'm glad baby. I don't have to worry about that. I didn't play with teachers. Oh, I ain't play with them. Don't be sending no sad faces cause they got out the line to go get some water and shit. Don't send no, baby. I went to field trips. Yeah, you need to. So now, you can't whoop. I don't have to worry about that. I had a teacher change her curriculum, baby. If you don't know, you are not finna say kids is hyper cause I taught him how to read a 3, boo, and you still on ABCs 1, 2, 3. You need to have something for him to do while you teaching these kids 1, 2, 3 ABC, and he already reading books. So what the hell you expect for him to do? Cause you don't have enough for him to do, and this remedial shit you doing, he way past that. You need to be a 3rd and 4th grade teacher. Oh, I wore her out, baby. She started inviting me to birthday parties. Hi, yeah. No, we're not gonna do that. You're not gonna send him home with sad faces cause he bored and he don't have nothing to do cause you saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and he's saying, can I get a book? You understand? What you think you doing to a kid? No, we're not gonna do that. So you can't whoop mine. You baby. We gonna all be in the principal's office. What? How many licks? How many? What you get whooped with? That's what I'm gonna whoop you with. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that no more. Hold on, I was just listening to something, y'all. He got me all off with that one, baby. Homie, don't play that. I don't know what's in your heart. I don't know where that paddle come from. You know. Hold on, y'all. Let me get to this because I gotta talk about. I'm trying to get. Let me tell you what I'm trying to do before I go. I gotta go. What time is it? Babes, baby. I don't know what I don't miss. What you say? What new nickname? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't give me no nicknames. I'm really not a nickname person. But I don't know what you're trying to say, JC. So I'm thanking you. I got my hand on the button. So what you trying to say? Don't give me no nickname. Because when I start going there, I talk about everything. I talk about mamas. I talk about Danny's, greasy granny with hoes. I talk about all of that. So don't do that with me. What name? Don't give me no nickname. My name is AunTeaFee. That stay right there. That's it. Don't go no further. Don't give me no nickname. Because when I start giving you one, you're going to think I'm being ugly and mean. He ain't been found guilty. Yeah, but I don't do nicknames. I was way grown before I started letting people call me Fee. I was way grown. So I don't do nicknames. And if you think you know me and you think I had a nickname back in the day, you don't know me. Cause I ain't have one. I had to tell somebody that before too. I ain't had a nickname. You. No, I didn't. Okay, let me catch up, because these people talking about stuff done dropped, and I know it haven't. I just can't believe some of these people who are supposed to be really smart and intelligent are falling for the banana in the tailpipe. But hold on, I'm trying to get to where Shaq name came up. And then I need to go to Carmelo Anthony. I need to hear something. If he got that smart. I've been redeemed, baby, by the blood. Lord have mercy, I've been redeemed. But I think I was trying to say something. Hold on, y'all. I don't want to hear that. I'm going to set this down. Hold on. I'm trying to get to where I heard Shaq's name when they was reading that paper. I think I know where it's at. That bit. No, I never said that. I did not say that. I didn't bet that. I said I bet that he gets cause I didn't know what I bet you that he gets off for standing your ground. I bet he gets off with standing your ground. No, that's what I bet. And especially after the little boy in the little other boy in Texas, he went to trial and he got off on, he didn't get charged with murder, and he's stuck in 4 times. He's stuck in 4 times. No, I bet was that he ain't going to he's not gonna be guilty of murder. Stand your ground. You have every right to stand your ground in Texas. That was I bet. Not about no getting indicted and none of that. It was, he was, why is this that? Okay, let me see this one. Let me see that. No.
We've taken our
stop playing. I don't know what this is. I was trying to listen to in my ear.
Crunchier pickles and creamy mayo. Also,
are gonna go.
Okay, no. This is, I need to hear that one in my ear. Now that's what we bet. Let me hear what she's saying.
Diddy's charges or the predicate acts under the RICO charge are not being dismissed against Diddy. And now it's time to try to clean up some of the confusion that's happening from
Can y'all hear that?
media reporting on this and other people just like myself. So let's get into it.
Can y'all hear her?
My friend on here, the Kent Law Firm and Law and Crime Network break this all down. They believe that this is just the prosecution wanting to remove attempted arson and attempted.
Can y'all hear her?
Which means there's still arson and kidnapping under the RICO charge. It's just going to make the jury instructions simpler to understand.
Yeah, all of that attempted stuff. I just, okay, so why she's saying that? That's true, because I didn't remember attempted. I don't remember. I don't remember them saying attempted this, that, and the other. I'm like attempted. Do y'all understand? That's why I'm saying those are more like his assistant. I never considered anything that was attempted car. Where'd that come from? So that must have been something that was going on inside the courtroom that we didn't know nothing about, because I never heard attempted. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying some of this stuff they talking about now, I didn't hear no attempted. That's why I'm not really moved by it. Attempted? No, that wouldn't be Diddy. Or just say, okay. And bet still on now. I say, oh yeah. No, he not gonna get charged. He's gonna get charged for it, but he's not gonna be convicted of murder. Not in Texas, not for stand your ground. And he don't have to retreat. Keep your hands to yourself. I still feel like that. So, And if the white, listen, I need for you to hear. I need for you to look at me eye to eye. Okay. Now I am not naive, and if got charged with it, you know he gonna be charged with it. Now, he gonna get charged. He shouldn't have. But if got charged and beat murder, then he gonna be charged. Okay? But he ain't no way, unless that video showed he was, but he couldn't have been the aggressor, and that's based on Hunter. That's based on Hunter, who initiated it, who started it. Hunter, not Carmelo. Hunter, out of his mouth. Okay, so no. So that's our bet, and we're gonna be true to it, because this is on integrity. Right pressure is on integrity. I'm gonna give you your money if he gets found guilty of murder. I'm saying it loud and proud. Okay, I'm true to it, and I'm willing to even have a nice little friendly that he's still going to prison. That other boy was pressure. The other boy in Texas, he was at school, inside the school, in the boys' bathroom at school. So not a school function, at school. You wasn't here that day? You wasn't here that day I talked about it? It didn't get a whole bunch of media because he was a boy. He was and the boy he went in on, last name was Rodriguez. He didn't get charged with murder. Murder. He did not get charged with murder. He didn't get charged with misdemeanor. What you talking about? And when I say he went in, like he was trying to get it in the A-ball corner pocket. You know how y'all tap it? Right here. Pop, and pop it. And I'm gonna tell you what was so bad about him. Even though it was Texas, and they had prior beef, the other guy had pulled a weapon on him before. Okay? They had planned to meet at a park. But that day, no. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. He's not going to be found guilty of murder. No. That boy right there, he's stuck in 4 times. 3 times in the back. So that when I hear back, I'm thinking he trying to leave. If somebody trying to leave, you're not gonna back up. So he stuck him 4 times. They had prior history. Somebody had pulled a pow at a prom, some graduation thing. And because of stand your ground, he didn't get charged with full murder. He didn't get charged with murder. He didn't get charged for manslaughter. But he stuck him 4 times. And when I first heard it, I was like, ooh, but 4 times, that's aggressive. Ooh. I said, ooh, I don't know about that 4 times. I don't know how I feel about 4 times. Oh, boy stuck him and got off and ran. You stuck him 4 times. I'm like, oh. That's why I said everybody keep their hands to themselves. Keep your hands to yourself. Okay, let me get here. I just want to hear. And I still say he indicted. Because the other day I said, let him go ahead and indict him. It's taking them too long to indict him. I kept saying that. It's taking them too long to indict him. And they said the video, they wouldn't let us see the video. I've talked on that since then. I talked on it. And you know they popped up in my on other videos. Yeah, okay. I mean, it took them a long time to indict him, so let's see where they go. Let it go through the process. This grand jury. Let's see. But once it go to court, and they start bringing them, dissecting it and bringing it down, who was the aggressor? His brother said he was the aggressor. Everybody keep their hands to themselves. Okay, so are we going to have a little friendly right here saying that he going to jail or not going to go to jail? Are we going to do this here? Is he going to prison or not? Okay, can we say it like that? Can we say it like that, person? He not. he is not going to avoid prison. Can we bet? Cause that's what I want. I want to bet that he going to prison. Y'all got me up at 6 o'clock in the morning, sleep boogers in my eyes, and I'm like, what? Child, please.
Now it's time to try to clean up some of the confusion that's happening from the mainstream media reporting on this and other people just like myself. So let's. That bet on stand your ground. It still is, but it still is. Stand your ground. It still is, because that's what he gonna have to get off on. That's how he gonna get off. When I say get off, I'm not saying that's how he not gonna go to prison. Stand your ground, and what was the other? Stand your ground and self-defense. Okay, so what we saying different? And again, I'm basing it on what Hunter said. Hunter pulled his brother in that mess. Murder. You said you can't kill nobody. Fee, you can't, and I said stand your ground. Yes, you can. Yeah, I know what I said. But see, now you're trying to trip me up. Because, and again, I'm basing this off of what was said. Now, you done heard that it's something else. It was more than stand your ground, and some other stuff is in there. I don't know nothing about that because they ain't presented that. I am firm, flat foot firm on stand your ground. When somebody has approached you and handled you, tried to bully you, or hit you first, grab you, put their hands on you, touch you, oh boy, wife got any of that. I'ma send you to meet your Michael. I'ma send you to meet your Michael. Keep your hands to yourself. See, that's all I'm talking about, Precious. So don't try to move the goalposts, cause we making this bet off of what was presented to us, cause but nothing else presented to us at that time. So do not move the goalposts. So I just want everybody to hear us.
We're basing that off of what was said to us at that time for that whole month. All we knew was that the two brothers got up on him. He went into his bag and stand your ground. I'm a firm believer in stand your ground. Like Granny Karen was trying to get me out my get me to react, and I stood my ground. Cause if she'd have came around that corner, I just would have, anyway. And I stood my ground. I don't care nothing about nothing you saying. I don't care nothing about what you think you're entitled to. I don't care about none of that. But what I do know is you better not put your hands on me. That's all I know. That's all I know. And I'm not gonna care about none of that other stuff. None of that. Keep your hands to yourself. There are consequences for that. If I was Cassie, pressure. What you think would have happened to Diddy if I was Cassie? In Texas, because New York, you gotta run and hide, and you gotta get in the bushes and shit. In Texas. What you think would happen? Right now in my life. Because I ain't got time to be fighting with you. They already think I ain't got no hair. They don't know that this right here is new. This is just within the last 6 months? I don't know what they thought it was before. Why they got these wig jokes? Baby, I love my wig caps. But anyway, I don't know what they think. And they late to the party, ain't they? They always late to the party and think they want up in somebody. Child, please. Keep living. And if somebody know me, they'll tell you, oh, her? Oh, they don't understand this. They'll tell you she ain't never had nothing like that in her head. This is a kid in the candy shop for me right now. And it's hot outside. And my hair natural. Baby, please. Okay. So if he don't get convicted of anything, okay, so let's say this in all fairness. No, it's murder. Based on what we bet on at that time. Cause I don't want something new to come up in there and we don't know nothing about that. We'd be like, well, where'd that come from? Because we didn't bet on that. So if they start adding, if they start adding all this other stuff, we just going to both know it, right? Is that okay? Cause we don't know nothing about nothing else. Just based on stand your ground, and there was the aggressors. I mean, I feel the same way about Pastor, what's his name, Floyd, and that girl. I feel the same way about them. I feel the same way about them. And I hate that happened to Pastor. I really do. But we gotta stop that. And let me, to my own self, be true. I ain't gonna act like I ain't never popped off and swung at somebody first. I ain't gonna act like that. For the most part, I didn't know. But I be looking for a reason. You understand? I told a girl one time at work who tried to act like she was gonna swerve and hit me, try to make me, dodge. Baby, ooh. It take I remember that day. And the girl that was in the car with her was a supervisor. And she called a meeting at HR. I didn't. Because I had already made up in my mind, baby. Ooh, I hope. And when they called us to HR, and the girl, she told them what happened, and everything. Let me tell you what I told them people in human resources at a corporate. I mean, when it was very corporate, I said, let me tell you something. I don't want to roll up. I don't want nothing. I'm gonna tell you what God loves. God loves the truth. If a piece of paper, I told this to the HR manager, director. I said, if a piece of paper fly out her hand and touch me, y'all gonna have to remodel this whole office, and I mean that, baby. Okay? If a piece of paper, hey queen, fall out her hand and touch me, I am going to tear the roof off this motherfucker. All because of what she did out there in that parking lot. So you can do whatever you want to do with her. I don't need you to do nothing on my behalf. But I need for y'all to understand me when I say she bet not touch me. And nothing bet not leave her hand and touch me. Because I'm going to holler, ouch, and I'm going to go to work. So can I leave? And I walked out of HR just like that. And I meant every word I said. And I meant that. Just like that. A piece of paper bet not come out her hand and touch me. I meant that, baby.
Get into it. After watching my friend on here, the
keep your hands to yourself
and Long Crime Network break this all down.
Thank you, Queen Lakers.
Prosecution wanting to remove attempted arson.
But I'm a better person now, though. But I meant that.
And attempted kidnapping, which means there's still arson and kidnapping under
so y'all hearing that
charge.
There's still arson.
Going to make the jury instructions simpler to understand. The same thing is going with the aiding and abetting of trafficking that we also knew they threw out. They only wanted to say trafficking instead of aiding and abetting.
I don't do this, but let's break them off a little something on the remix. I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm not trying to be rude.
Today, but overwhelming comments have been coming out, and then watching the news incorrectly report that the government is throwing out trafficking, arsoning counts against Combs. Now, first, you must realize the government filed a letter last night, and let's read the first paragraph of the letter so you understand.
I can't share it because I don't have no.
Desired for streamlined instruction. Streamlined.
How can I let
With that in mind, the government has suggested ways to streamline instructions, making them more simple. Specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge relating to attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. The government no longer plans to proceed on those theories of liability, so instructions are not necessary. So what is happening is like, the government is throwing out the sex trafficking. The government is throwing out the arson.
No, it's not.
Normally, when you are in trial and the judge gives a jury charge, so people in the courtroom get ready, a jury charge on a one-count indictment can take 45 minutes to an hour. So imagine all of this. The judge is thinking, wait, I've got to explain to the jury arson, then attempted arson, and then aiding and abetting arson. And the government's like, let's just streamline this completely. So if you go and you look at the jury before today, this is what the government, remember I read about it the other day, the prosecutor's proposed jury instruction said the following. If you find the defendant guilty of count one, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed involved arson, attempted arson, including aiding and abetting arson, or conspiracy to commit arson in violation of California law. All they're saying is let's streamline it, Judge, and let's say the following. If you found the defendant guilty of count one, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed involved arson in violation of California law. This also goes with the sex trafficking. If you found the defendant guilty of count 1, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed involved kidnapping, including attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting kidnapping, or conspiracy to commit kidnapping in violation of New York law. Translation, they're going to limit all that to say the defendant agreed would be committed involved kidnapping in violation of New York law. Streamline. That is all that means, is that they're trying to streamline the process. I do not believe that the federal government has sent a random letter that says we are now dismissing the arson and the kidnapping and the sex trafficking.
Oh, no, they do
They're
not.
trying to streamline it because the judge has basically made it seem like this is too long. If we have to explain and go through all of this, everybody go together and try to streamline this process. So the law that I explained to the jury is significant.
And they did that with Justin Johnson in the Doubt case, the first case. They did that.
Take that.
Now at 2 p.m. there is a charge conference where we should be learning more about
A charge conference,
the
okay.
prosecution's letter has honestly put out a lot of confusion the way they worded it. But after hearing the Kent law firm break this down and the Law and Crime Network, I assume what they said about the attempted arson and attempted kidnapping just being restricted to make it easier for the jury to understand is the most likely probability. This is something that I will be watching to see if we have
That
any
makes
more
sense to me because that seemed like, you know, all the other people, his co-conspirators, that, yeah. Hold on. So let me see this. That makes sense to me. I don't know about y'all, but that makes sense to me. Where's all this other stuff I have? What is, y'all on my, so let me go here. I want to hear this, but I don't understand.
Cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid could kick millions of people off their health insurance.
But,
Devastating. It's just wrong.
what have I missed? Hold on. I don't know. Okay, let me hear this one. Hold on.
Look at that hottie.
Hi, Nancy.
Fuego meal. Wendy's spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis chips and Fuego fries inspired by Takis. So Takis fans, you're welcome. And new Takis fans, good luck. For an intense new take on Takis, gotta be Wendy's.
Dang.
Federal prosecutors and defense lawyers Rashawn Diddy Combs meeting right now to hear jury instructions from a judge. It comes after prosecutors removed attempted kidnapping and attempted arson as underlying crimes in the alleged racketeering charges against Combs. The defense had argued that there is no evidence directly tying Combs to the arson that damaged rapper Kid Cudi's Porsche. The defense also argued that the alleged kidnapping of Combs' former employee, Capricorn Clark, was far removed from the heart of the case. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and denies any wrongdoing. Legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer joining me now from outside court. So, Brian, prosecutors spent days, had multiple witnesses testifying about the alleged arson on Kid Cudi's Porsche. So, how consequential is it that, you know, it could be removed from the racketeering conspiracy? Does it matter?
Yeah, Karen, when it comes to the arson, for at least this charge, it's almost an all or nothing. It's not that the arson is taken out as a predicate act for that RICO.
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear? Come on, hold on. Are y'all listening? Oh, Lord. What? Y'all give me a 1 if y'all can hear, because you know my juice is running low on more than one device. So I could be buffing and don't even know it. Give me a 1. I got work on 1. I got some. Give me some 1s, y'all. Can y'all hear? Because if not, I'm going to think I can't check. Okay. Let me. Because this is stuff I haven't heard yet. So we hearing it for the first time together. Okay.
And denies any wrongdoing.
Let's start over. Let's go.
Federal prosecutors and defense lawyers Rashawn Diddy Combs meeting right now to hear jury instructions from a judge. It comes after prosecutors removed attempted kidnapping and attempted arson as underlying crimes in the alleged racketeering charges against Combs. The defense had argued that there is no evidence directly tying Combs to the arson that damaged rapper Kid Cudi's Porsche. The defense also argued that the alleged kidnapping of Combs' former employee, Capricorn Clark, was far removed from the heart of the case. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and denies any wrongdoing. Legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer joining me now from outside court. So, Brian, prosecutors spent days, had multiple witnesses testifying about the alleged arson on Kid Cudi's Porsche. So, how consequential is it that, you know, it could be removed from the racketeering conspiracy? Does it matter?
Yeah, Karen, when it comes to the arson, for at least this charge, it's almost an all or nothing. It's not that the arson is taken out as a predicate act for that RICO conspiracy. It's that the attempted arson is taken out. And there are at least two other charges similar to that, like the aiding and abetting of sex trafficking or the attempted kidnap that's being taken out. But the sex trafficking and the kidnapping as whole charges are still there. What this basically means is it's almost like an all or nothing when it comes to the racketeering conspiracy for some of these charges that they say are predicates to the criminal enterprise that Sean Combs was at the head of.
So tomorrow, both the defense and prosecution will
Did y'all hear that?
Closing arguments. What do you expect?
And for at least this charge, it's almost an all or nothing. It's not that the arson is taken out as a predicate act for that RICO conspiracy.
So it is still
arson is taken out.
So only the attempted. So the arson still there. The primary. It's just the secondary. The attempted. So because that's kind of. I mean, if you did it, you did it. Why would you need attempted? But again, to me, that would have touched into some of his co-conspirators. You know, they probably would have gotten a lesser charge, or whoever actually did it. The co-conspirators, had they not taken deals or pleas, would have gotten. That ain't lawless. That's normal. That's normal, cause it was other people that was involved. But again, I'ma say it again for the ones who wasn't here. Everyone that worked for Diddy at some point in time that was on the witness stand for the prosecution was, before they took the stand, a co-conspirator. I'm going to say it again. When they drew up these charges, everybody who was a part of Bad Boy, Combs, L Entertainment, X, whatever, were co-conspirators. They was going to plead the fifth. They got immunity. They became a cooperating witness. So those initial charges were for Diddy and his co-conspirators. They are no longer co-conspirators anymore because they had to tell what they did and what Diddy did. So if they are no longer co-conspirators, all of some of them secondaries are don't need to be there because they done took deals. That's why they gave them immunity. Exactly. Because without their testimony, they wouldn't have a case. But those charges, I attempted, they ain't never told us about no attempted. But if Capricorn was there, they was going to either charge her with the same exact, and based on how involved she was, she would have got a lesser. And that's normal. But what ain't normal, typically, we don't see everybody taking pleas and leaving him by himself. And if you've been here, I told y'all, somebody done said, everybody back off, let him handle this on his own. Everybody took a deal. Now, with that being said, Diddy could have taken a deal as well. Ellie, he was offered a deal. He was offered a deal. But that was before he realized that they didn't want his 50 mil. And I'm sure at that point he probably would have taken it. So everybody that we know of, I don't know about KK and D-Rock, was offered, but they had to give up something. So in order for Diddy, if they are still, he's asking for a deal, because a lot of times at the end of everything, and again, I'm gonna tell y'all, whether y'all realize it or not, and whether Brandon realized it or not, I think he knew what he was doing. He sealed a RICO for me. He said the drug, at first he said the when he was first picked up, he claimed the DRUGS was his. Do y'all remember that? And he got on that stand on their way out the country. And he said that those were Diddy's. Do y'all not remember that? And he's the last person that really that worked for him that done testified. So listen, y'all can think what y'all want to think. And I don't know why y'all don't think Brandon, y'all think he flipped. No, he didn't. He cleverly served them Diddy. And y'all better stay woke. And they asked him, well, why did you admit that they was yours in the beginning? And he said, out of loyalty. Y'all don't remember that? I ain't know nothing about no Brandon. I ain't know nothing about no Brandon Paul. Listen. I ain't know nothing about no Brandon Paul, and you wasn't there. And I asked them after he got off the witness stand, and I asked in the live who was the most damaging, and people were saying Capricorn, and I was like, yeah, I did think that, but I put Brandon Paul out of all of them, outside of Cassie. All the other people, I said which one was the most damaging, because I picked RICO out of Brandon Paul. When you were saying he flipped, and I said no, he didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't remember that? You said I heard he flipped on him, and I said I don't know what you're talking about. He just gave up Diddy. Other than that, he was saying it wasn't no drugs. They were saying he touched none. He didn't know. Everybody covered for him with the DRUGS. You don't remember that? Yeah. And that's when other people on the internet saying, especially Gene Deal, he said, how did they know he was finna get on the plane? How did he know? And he was saying that he think that he was a plug. He think he was an informant. I don't know, but I know he just he the one. I know he said he like Diddy. He don't think he done did nothing wrong. And even what he was saying didn't make sense to me. If you didn't think he was doing nothing wrong, then why did you say the DRUGS was his? Was yours? If he didn't do nothing wrong, why you didn't let him carry his own stuff? And I'm gonna leave that there. So no, I think Brandon. So they said Capricorn was the kidnapping. But he did not say nothing about. I think. I don't know about. And remember, was you there? I said, where did his charges go? You don't remember that, Pressure? I said, where did his charges go? They just disappeared. You don't remember that? Oh yeah, he guilty. He going to prison, Ellie. He going to prison. What you talking about? Ellie, he going to prison. You stop it. You know you ain't never heard nothing the whole time, the whole 6-7 weeks. We ain't heard nothing about no attempted nothing. let's finish listening. Trust me, we ain't hear nothing about no attempted. I said attempted. Well, Diddy done did dark. They gonna get him. And they setting it up. I mean, you know, because whatever they let go, they can pick it back up. And it will not be double jeopardy. But if they would have kept it, it would have been double jeopardy.
And there are at least 2 other charges similar to that, like the aiding and abetting of sex trafficking or the attempted kidnap that's being taken out. But
aiding and abetting
doesn't matter.
That's more KK.
Yeah, Karen, when it comes to the arson, for at least this charge, it's almost an all or nothing. It's not that the arson is taken out as a predicate act for that RICO conspiracy. It's that the attempted arson is taken out. And there are at least 2 other charges similar to that, like the aiding and abetting of sex trafficking or the attempted kidnap that's being taken out. But the sex trafficking and the kidnapping as whole charges are still there. What this basically means is it's almost like an all or nothing when it comes to the racketeering conspiracy for some of these charges that they say are predicates to the criminal enterprise that Sean Combs was at the head of.
So tomorrow, both the defense and prosecution will deliver closing arguments. What are you expecting?
So for the government, I expect a very formulaic system of here are the charges, being conspiracy for racketeering, the sex trafficking, 2 counts, one for Cassie and another for the woman who testified under the pseudonym of Jane, and then again, similarly for transportation to engage in prostitution. And what we're going to hear in just a few minutes as the charging conference begins is the different elements and the explanation of those charges, and I think the government's going to tick through those one by one to try to prove their case. The defense is going to try to argue the insufficiencies in the evidence that applies to those arguments and those elements of the crime and show where the government failed to meet their burden. We saw that they put on no witnesses in their case, so they're not putting forward alternative information or alternative witnesses to provide other sets of facts. Instead, the defense is laser focused on the idea that the prosecution or the government didn't prove their case.
Brian Buckmeyer, thank you. And for more on the trial, you can catch an approved show.
So they are going to moving forward with what they proved. For sure. That's not confusing. Sharing. Thank you, Ellie. Listen, pressure. Tennessee inmate accused of triple X actually assaulting a prison staff member. What's wrong? What's in the water? What's in the water? What's in the water? So an inmate, how long I've been hollering about them prison doors don't close? How long I've been complaining about the jail cells don't close? Hold on, where I'm going now. Let me see. The jail cell, I mean, how did they get, Lord.
Cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid could get millions of people off
I don't think this is it.
That would be devastating. It's just.
I don't think that's it. Lord. Oh, it's this one. Where's my little stylus? Because this thing ain't moving.
So listen, I think this case
very important day. Why? Jury's not there. You might be saying, why is it an important day? Why? Because at 2 p.m., we thought it was going to be 12. They pushed it back to 2 p.m.
Can we hear?
It's going to go live with the attorneys and the judge to go over jury instructions in this case. So important in a complicated racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution case. The law matters. The elements matter. This is going to be the roadmap that the jury is going to use in their deliberations. This is the law that will guide them.
Thank you, Crystal.
Case. So how both sides tweak the language, what they cut out, what they're telling the jury they're telling the jury they need to find in order to find Sean Combs guilty is so important. Now, closing arguments will happen tomorrow. We think it's actually going to extend into Friday. This jury might not even be handed the case until Monday. And by the way, it might take them some time to actually go through the jury instructions. Now, if you want to talk about one word that defines this morning so far in this case, confusion. Here's confusion. Why? So first of all, I've seen a lot of chatter about this. We're going to be taking your questions about this whole case, including this issue as well. So this is our lunchtime show. If you have any questions for the next hour, submit them. We'll answer them. But what happened? The court submitted a letter last night. And I'm going to read you a portion of this letter.
Let's go.
Now, in the racketeering, by the way, racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution is not only alleging that Sean Combs operated a criminal enterprise, that there was a criminal agreement between him and others to facilitate crimes and cover them up, and, you know, that portion of the charge, but that they have to prove at least two underlying crimes. There is racketeering, there is forced labor, there's kidnapping, there's arson, there's bribery, there's sex trafficking, there's drug offenses. Well, what happened? The government submitted a letter, and it says this: in an effort, by the way, to streamline the jury instructions, make them more easily digestible. They say specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge relating to attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. Now, there's been a lot of chatter today, and a lot of
because it won't stop.
Oh my gosh, the prosecutors are completely throwing out kidnapping and arson, which were big factors in this case. A lot of evidence came forward about that with Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi. I don't think that's accurate. Why? I'm going back to the latest indictment in this case. And under the racketeering charge, when they talk about all of the predicate crimes, they talk about this. I'm going to read it verbatim.
Y'all hear it?
Multiple acts involving kidnapping, and then it says it's chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California law, kidnapping. California law, attempted kidnapping. California law, aiding and abetting kidnapping. California law, conspiracy with kidnapping. There's New York law, kidnapping. New York law, attempted kidnapping, aiding, abetting, and so forth. My take is, yeah, they might be getting rid of the aiding and abetting with respect to California law and New York law. They might be getting rid of attempted arson under California law, aiding and abetting of sex trafficking. But you still have the kidnapping. You still have conspiracy of kidnapping. You still have
conspiracy.
Still have
what?
Aiding and abetting with kidnapping.
Conspiracy still there too. Okay, so it's the attempted. Hold up. and see, I'm the one that y'all support the least. Y'all see how y'all do me? And y'all, baby, that fake nut, baby. I stay true to it. Okay, so hold up. Let's hear this again. Hold up. I guess it was worth me, baby. Come on, because my head is hurt. I'm drinking coffee, looking at Donald Trump picture. Okay, have fun. But we're not talking about Donald. Okay, come back when I am talking about Donald, though, okay? Hosea, come back when I'm talking about Donald, okay? Okay. Oh, what? I must have went back too far, baby.
Strongest piece of evidence the government.
Where did it go, girl? Stop messing with stuff. Let's see this one more game.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome back to Law and Crime's continued live coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case at a federal court in New York. Today is a very important day.
Let me
Why?
take this out of my
Jury's
ear.
not there. You might say,
I
why
need
is
to
it
hear
important
it. I
day?
need
Why?
some tea, baby. That
Because
was
2
good.
PM, we thought it was going to be 12. They pushed it back to 2 p.m. The court is going to go live with the attorneys and the judge to go over jury instructions in this case. So important in a complicated racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution case. The law matters. The elements matter. This is going to be the roadmap that the jury is going to use in their deliberations. This is the law that will guide them. And it's a complicated case. So how both sides tweak the language, what they cut out, what they're telling the jury they're telling the jury they need to find in order to find Sean Combs guilty is so important. Now, closing arguments will happen tomorrow. We think it's actually going to extend into Friday. This jury might not even be handed the case until Monday. And by the way, it might take them some time to actually go through the jury instructions. Now, if you want to talk about one word that defines this morning so far in this case, confusion. There is confusion. Why? So first of all, I've seen a lot of chatter about this. We're going to be taking your questions about this whole case, including this issue as well. So this is our lunchtime show. If you have any questions for the next hour, what happened? The court submitted a letter last night, and I'm going to read you a portion of this letter. Now, in the racketeering,
Y'all please get the likes up, double tap the screen.
The prosecution is not only alleging that Sean Combs operated a criminal enterprise, that there was a criminal agreement between him and others to facilitate crimes and cover them up, and that proportion of the charge, but that they have to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. There is racketeering, there is forced labor, there's kidnapping, there's arson, there's bribery, there's sex trafficking, there's drug offenses. Well, what happened? The government submitted a letter, and it says this: in an effort, by the way, to streamline the jury instructions, make them more easily digestible. They say specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge relating to attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. Now, there's been a lot of chatter today and a lot of reporting that, oh my gosh, the prosecutors are completely throwing out kidnapping and arson, which were big factors in this case. A lot of evidence came forward about that with Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi. I don't think that's accurate. Why? I'm going back to the latest indictment in this case. And under the racketeering charge, when they talk about all of the predicate crimes, they talk about this. I'm going to read it verbatim. Multiple acts involving kidnapping, and then it says it's chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California law, kidnapping. California law, attempted kidnapping. California law, aiding and abetting kidnapping. California law, conspiracy with kidnapping. There's New York law, kidnapping. New York law, attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting, and so forth. My take is, yeah, they might be getting rid of the aiding and abetting with respect to California law and New York law. They might be getting rid of attempted arson under California law, aiding and abetting of sex trafficking. But you still have the kidnapping. You still have conspiracy of kidnapping. You still have aiding and abetting with kidnapping, and the same thing goes with arson. So I don't think they're throwing out all of these charges. But I want to talk about it. I want to bring on right now Law and Crime's in-court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who's going to be in court later today.
I guess that case ain't weak at all.
Elizabeth, you and I were talking about this. If you have any guidance about what you think is going on here, but also to provide more context, doesn't it seem unlikely that the prosecutors would abandon outright all of arson and all of kidnapping, considering what was presented to this jury?
Yeah, it seems like a really kind of surprising announcement that they made in this particular letter, especially given the amount of evidence that we heard, especially when it was coming to, or when it had to relate to Capricorn Clark, or even instances of Cassie being locked in these hotel rooms, or when it comes to going back to Capricorn Clark, the whole lie detector aspect, and her having to go inside that, I guess, abandoned building, right, when they were kind of switching offices in order to be having to do these lie detector tests over and over and over again after multiple multiple days. And I thought that was probably maybe the strongest piece of evidence the government had in relation to those. So it was really surprising that that decision came down. But it doesn't mean, again, to your point, Jesse, that they're abandoning everything. It doesn't mean that charges are dropped. I think a lot of people are kind of miscommunicating that they think that, oh, Diddy's about to walk free today. It's none of that. And so it was a pretty just surprising decision by the government. Maybe they were persuaded a little bit by Alexandra Shapiro's argument yesterday when they were moving for that motion for the judgment of acquittal. But in the end of the day, we'll kind of get more clarity once the charge conference begins. I was a little disappointed it's now starting at 2 p.m. today. I was hoping it would start at noon. But it's great because now I get to see all of you guys, hang out with you guys for a little bit. But yeah,
we waging
clarity hopefully at 2 o'clock when court starts.
We having friendly,
you
friendly
were
bet
on the show yesterday because of the scheduling. You had like 5 minutes to get back into court. We have a lot of great responses.
You putting money on it, money on the wood, make everything good.
In that courtroom every day, shoot them over. We'll make sure to answer them. Real quick, I have an expert panel, but I have with me right now litigator Rich Schoenstein. If I could bring him on real quick. Yeah, I got him. Rich, good to see you. Am I right? They're not abandoning arson and kidnapping and...
I believe you're right, and this is why I'm looking at the draft verdict sheet that your great producer has printed out for me, and it says basically the first question is, do you find defendant Sean Combs guilty of racketeering? And then it asks a question about whether every single predicate theory has been proven or not proven. So it goes over kidnapping under California law, kidnapping under New York law, arson under California law, bribery under California law, and so on. As I read this, the prosecution is only conceding attempted kidnapping under California law, and attempted kidnapping under New York law, and attempted arson under California law. And probably the reason they're doing that is so they don't have to get into what is attempted and not attempted in the jury instructions and in closing arguments. They're just streamlining the case. But it's still very much about kidnapping and arson and all of those other crimes.
So I go back to Elizabeth. I mean, we have questions coming in. Erica Charlotte says, and we've been talking about this, does the streamlining mean the arson and kidnapping are no longer being charged? We're saying the complete opposite. It still seems to be part of the case. But they ask, are we to disregard Kid Cudi's and Capricorn Clark's testimonies?
It seems like we should disregard that at all because there are still so many kind of layers to that. And sure, yes, in terms of the attempted arson and, you know, the defense really kind of pointing out that there was female DNA that was found on the Molotov cocktail, something that we really wanted to make sure the jury understood that, especially when it also came to the whole fingerprint debacle and just the insinuation that fingerprints might have been destroyed on behalf of allegedly, you know, Sean Combs possibly having something to do with that, which we don't know that to be the case at all. It was something that was, you know, objected to by the defense, and it was something that also is going to be struck from the record. So when the jury goes back to deliberate about all this stuff, all these witnesses and all their testimony, they're not going to see that portion of the record or anything like that. But in terms of
grab the shovel. All right, Paulie. Any last words?
In terms of possibly forced labor, possibly just her experience working with Sean Combs and just what she had all witnessed with Cassie, and also how Capricorn Clark's testimony may help verify Cassie's claims, all those types of things. And in regards to Kid Cudi, I don't think we should disregard his testimony either, especially when it comes to, you know, allegations of the threats that maybe he had heard from Cassie in terms of just sexually explicit videos being released, all of that sort. So I don't think we should rush to judgment as far as dismissing their very important testimony altogether. I think, you know, when people see a letter that says, oh, the prosecution's dropping this, I think they were like, oh my God, that means it's over. That means it's a sure win for the defense. But, you know, there's still so many layers to it that I think that we should hold off on rushing to judgment just yet until we really know during this charge conference today.
And we're going to talk more about that. Elizabeth, while I have you, what can we expect from this charge conference today? I mean, again, I'm looking at this letter, the government's response to proposed jury instructions. It's really interesting because they talk about what the instructions should be for sex trafficking and forced labor. They talk about, for example, earlier consent from a victim does not
I told y'all that they was going to make it crystal clear
of whether or not a victim was sex trafficked. They talk about how payment is not determinative, that the court instruct the jury that sex trafficking, labor, and payment to the victim for that conduct are not mutually exclusive. They talk about cumulative conduct. What are you expecting today regarding this?
Oh, Lord, what did I miss?
I will say, I think it's quite important.
Do y'all remember?
My take is, yeah.
Do y'all remember when I said the judge, he might have done what? Chris, you haven't been following this case, baby, so shh. And put your questions on a super chat or a super sticker, because it appears that you haven't been following the case. So game time, see, that's the whole purpose of them streamlining it. My sinus done kicked in. It's so it will remove that reasonable doubt. Y'all kind of slow. They are removing reasonable doubt. And they also removing what didn't need to be there. We had never heard about no attempted nothing. So why are we getting brand new like, ooh, yeah, it's out of here? No. This was the first time we even knew. Now, the people in there may have known it was in there, but we didn't. They never said anything about attempted nothing. Now, it was on some of the paperwork, but I told y'all, T-sippers that's been here, who are true over here, and you know, I told y'all that the judge was going to do this and go through and make it crystal clear. Where all that playing like you don't know and this, that, and the other. So that's manipulating. No, it's making it clear. They are taking out something. So that means that somebody, okay, so what about if there's somebody who can't stand Diddy and just want to get him on anything? In those charges, he ain't attempted nothing. It's either he did it or he didn't. Well, I'm just going to get him on something, and so I'm going to get him on attempted. No, he didn't attempt it. He told her to get her ass in that car. I don't care if you don't want to go. And he had a weapon on him. That wasn't attempted. He did that. He did that. So it's not manipulating it. It would have been more manipulated and deceptive if they'd have kept it on there. But again, they didn't tell us that that attempted shit was on there. What was attempted? Yeah, because see, if it's on there, I mean, you know, okay, so who? Where this come from? Oh, that was Gina. He tried to get Gina. Oh, okay. Did Gina show up? She didn't. Take that up out of there. We didn't hear nothing about an attempt. That's all I'm saying, y'all. We didn't hear nothing about attempted nothing. So all of the charges are still there as primary, not no attempted. No. So I get that. You're welcome. I get it. Because again, I don't want them to have nothing on there that he didn't do. Find him guilty for what he did. And I'm like that with everybody. Everybody. I ain't big on all that pleading. If you know you know they gonna get you. But if you know that what they get you on, if they didn't get you what you did, don't you plead the shit. That's the hood in me. All that he did something, yeah, he did. He probably did. I ain't gonna say he didn't. But that ain't what they got him on. They gonna have to do their job. Get him on what he did. Get him on what he did. Get him on what he did. But they got more charges for Diddy. How many times can a person be pardoned? That's what I need to research. How many times can a person be pardoned? Because Diddy got different states. They ain't brought up Miami yet. Come on. Florida ain't even been mentioned. Florida ain't even been brought up in here. What's that Star Island? Where's Diddy's son charges at? I mean, I need for y'all to stay woke. Pressure, you killing me. I thought you was smarter than that. Why ain't Miami been brought up? Come on now. See, but if you was paying attention to AunTeaFee instead of coming giving everybody in their mama credit, when I be having 200 and 300 people in the class and we don't see them, hell, they writing shit down. They writing what comes out of my mouth. Y'all don't think I hear my verbiage other places? I just don't sweat the small stuff most of the time. So don't come over here giving somebody else credit for shit. I'm not saying she do. I like Tisa now, so I don't want nobody running over there and saying I don't want her name brought over there. But you're going to respect me first. And you're going to respect her on her platform. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Tisa. Yeah. I mean, it's if I don't know what y'all doing. I don't have a problem with her. None. None. But you're going to come over here and speak. You're going to put high AunTeaFee. That's what you're going to do. Then you can give your shout outs. You can do whatever you want to. And I'm going to shout out with you. See how that go? I ain't never been no hater. Okay, so Auntie, I believe there is no limit on pardons. Really? I need to do that research. Then they gonna have to eat his ass up on state. Well, we wasted it on what was the jets over in Iran? That wasn't waste. That wasn't a waste. And now he cussing out the media because folk laughing at him and shit. That wasn't a waste of money. Now he's saying we need to be respectful to the pilot to risk their life. No, boo. You shouldn't have sent them over there on no damn dummy mission and they plane, because you know good and damn well you done told them you was coming. So if something would have happened, it'd have been on you. So don't flip the script. Don't move the goalpost like pressure. So when we talk about waste of taxpayer money, that's this stunt that he pulled. And Iran said, oh, nah, boo, you said you was going to cash at me. So whatever you said we was going to do, we ain't doing shit. Because I ain't getting my cash out. Let me finish listening to this.
They might be getting rid of the aiding and abetting with respect to California law and New York law. They
I told you I wasn't feeling good.
Under California law, aiding
I'm supposed to be at work.
Trafficking, but you still have the kidnapping. You still have conspiracy.
Alka-Seltzer Plus, daytime.
You still have aiding and abetting.
Oh, y'all need to hear. I'm sorry.
And the same thing goes with arson. So I don't think they're throwing out all those charges.
Lord, I
want to talk
rapping
about it. I want to bring on right now long crimes in court reporter Elizabeth Milner, who's going to be in court later today when hopefully they clarify this a little bit up. Elizabeth, you and I were talking about this. If you have any guidance about what you think is going on here, but also to provide more context, doesn't it seem unlikely prosecutors would abandon outright all of arson and all of kidnapping, considering what was presented to this jury?
Yeah, it seems like a really kind of surprising announcement that they made in this particular letter, especially given the amount of evidence that we heard, especially when it was coming to, or when it had to relate to Capricorn Clark, or even instances of Cassie being locked in the hotel room, or when it comes to going back
I'm
to
sorry, I
Clark,
removed
the whole lie
one
detector
person.
aspect, and her having to go inside that, I guess, abandoned building, right when they were kind of switching offices in order to be having to do these lie detector tests over and over.
Ellie, I'm sorry.
multiple days. And I thought that was probably maybe the strongest piece of evidence the government had in relation to those. So it was really surprising that that decision came down. But it doesn't mean, again, to your point, Jesse, that they're abandoning everything. It doesn't mean that charges are dropped. I think a lot of people are kind of miscommunicating that they think that, oh, Diddy's about to walk free today.
Ellie, I'm sorry.
That. And so it was a pretty just surprising decision by the government. Maybe they were persuaded a little bit by Alexandra Shapiro's argument yesterday when they were moving for that motion for the judgment of acquittal. But in the end of the day, we'll kind of get more clarity once the charge conference begins. I was a little...
Ellie, comment. I accidentally removed you. I think I brought you back. But put a comment so I know that you're here.
Disappointed it's now starting at 2 p.m. today. I was hoping it would start at noon, but it's great because now I get to see all of you guys, hang out with you guys for a little bit. But yeah, we should get more clarity hopefully at 2 o'clock when court starts today.
And let me say, you weren't able to come on the show yesterday because of the scheduling. You had like 5 minutes to get back into court. We have a lot of great responses for you, Elizabeth. And by the way, if anybody has comments or questions for Elizabeth, she's in that courtroom every day. Shoot them over. We'll make sure to answer them. Real quick, I have an expert panel, but I have with me right now litigator Rich Schoenstein. If I could bring him on real quick. Yeah, I got him. Rich, good to see you. Am I right? They're not abandoning arson and kidnapping and...
I believe you're right, and this is why. I'm looking at the draft verdict sheet that your great producers printed out for me, and it says basically the first question is, do you find defendant Sean Combs guilty of racketeering? And then it asks a question about whether every single predicate theory has been proven or not proven. So it goes over kidnapping under California law, kidnapping under New York law, arson under California law, bribery under California law, and so on. As I read this, the prosecution is only conceding attempted kidnapping under California law, and attempted kidnapping under New York law, and attempted arson under California law. And probably the reason they're doing that is so they don't have to get into what is attempted and not attempted in the jury instructions and in closing arguments. They're just streamlining the case. But it's still very much about kidnapping and arson and all of those other crimes.
So I go back to Elizabeth. I mean, we have questions coming in. Erica Charlotte says, and we've been talking about this, does the streamlining mean the arson and kidnapping are no longer being charged? We're saying the complete opposite. It still seems to be part of the case. But they ask, are we to disregard Kid Cudi's and Capricorn Clark's testimonies?
No. No.
It doesn't seem like we should disregard that at all because there are still so many kind of layers to that. And sure, yes, in terms of the attempted arson and, you know, the defense really kind of pointing out that there was female DNA that was found on the Molotov cocktail, something that we really wanted to make sure the jury understood that, especially when it also came to the whole fingerprint debacle and just the insinuation that fingerprints might have been destroyed on behalf of allegedly, you know, Sean Combs possibly having something to do with that, which we don't know that to be the case at all. It was something that was, you know, objected to by the defense, and it was something that also is going to be struck from the record. So when the jury goes back to deliberate about all this stuff, all these witnesses and all their testimony, they're not going to see that portion of the record or anything like that. But in terms of just disregarding Capricorn Clark's testimony, there's still so many layers to that in terms of possibly forced labor, possibly just her experience working with Sean Combs and just what she had all witnessed with Cassie, and also how Capricorn Clark's testimony may help verify Cassie's claims, all those types of things. And in regards to Kid Cudi, I don't think we should disregard his testimony either, especially when it comes to, you know, allegations of the threats that maybe he had heard from Cassie in terms of just sexually explicit videos being released, all of that sort. So I don't think we should rush to judgment as far as dismissing their very important testimony altogether. I think, you know, when people see a letter that says, oh, the prosecution's dropping this, I think they were like, oh my God, that means it's over. Right. That means it's a sure win for the defense. But, you know, there's still so many layers to it that I think that we should hold off on rushing to judgment just yet until we really know during this charge conference today.
And we're going to talk more about that. Elizabeth, while I have you, what can we expect from this charge conference today? I mean, again, I'm looking at this letter, the government's response to proposed jury instructions. It's really interesting because they talk about what the instructions should be for sex trafficking and forced labor. They talk about, for example, earlier consent from a victim does not mean, it's not determinative of whether or not a victim was sex trafficked.
Oh,
about how
so they break that down? Hold on.
That the court
Y'all hear that?
jury that sex trafficking, labor,
Did y'all hear that?
victim for that conduct are not mutually exclusive. In all of kidnapping, considering what was presented to
Did y'all hear that? Hey, Pearls of Wisdom. What it do? What it do?
Yeah, it seems like a really kind of surprising announcement that they made
Oh,
in this
no.
particular letter, especially given the amount of evidence that we heard, especially when it was coming that maybe he had heard from Cassie in terms of just sexually explicit videos being released, all of that sort. So I don't think we should rush to judgment as far as dismissing their very important testimony altogether. I think, you know, when people see a letter that says, oh, the prosecution's dropping this, I think they were like, oh my God, that means it's over.
Right.
That means it's a sure win for the defense. But, you know, there's still so many layers to this.
He is still going to prison, baby.
We should hold off on rushing to judgment just yet until we really know during this charge conference today.
And we're going to talk more about that. Elizabeth, while I have you, what can we expect from this charge conference today? I mean, again, I'm looking at this letter, the government's response to proposed jury instructions. It's really interesting because they talk about what the instructions should be for sex trafficking and forced labor. They talk about, for example, earlier consent from a victim does not mean, is not determinative of whether or not a victim was sex trafficked. They talk about how payment is not determinative, that the court instruct the jury that sex trafficking, labor, and payment to the victim for that conduct are not mutually exclusive. They talk about cumulative conduct. What are you expecting today regarding this charge conference? Because I will say, I think it's quite important in any case, but quite important in this kind of case.
I definitely think today is an important day because we'll really kind of see how they're going to map out the instructions that'll be given to the jury once they eventually deliberate. And it's very important. This is a pretty complicated case. So I think the government putting in their proposed instructions in terms of, you know, just because maybe an alleged victim had agreed initially to doing the hotel nights or the freak-offs, that just because they initially may have agreed to do it doesn't mean towards the end that they still weren't apprehensive. They still wanted to say no. They still conveyed that they said no. And I think that's where they have to really kind of lay out very clearly, especially possibly in layman's terms, just how murky the waters can be.
Didn't I tell y'all that?
Whether or not that maybe perspective, or maybe the jurors are.
Didn't I tell y'all that? They was gonna make it really crystal clear. I'm gonna go back, and I have said how many times that she could have been either she was okay, but especially Jane Doe. At first she wasn't, and then she said, "Shit, if I can't beat him, join him." But at the time when she wasn't on board with it, and when she got it, she done left messages, and they've been communicating, and she didn't want to do it, and all that. And it didn't matter how many times she had did it before. Didn't I tell y'all that? Didn't I tell y'all that? Hell, she could have been down. One time she didn't want to, and then shit, hell, I want all that shit, and picked it back. But that time she didn't want to. Hey, didn't I tell y'all that? And they got a paper trail. So whether people said, but these are willing participants and all of this type of stuff. But there were times they didn't want to do it. The girl said she was on a cycle. Absolutely. How many times did I tell you? Oh yeah, but that's these are willing participants and they knew what but there are times she didn't want to do it. I tried to tell y'all that. And I tried to tell y'all that they was going to make it crystal clear. See, y'all don't want to listen to me. Y'all don't want to support me. Y'all, she don't know. Crystal, will you tell these people, not just on this case, I'm true to it. I ain't new to it, baby. I'm true to it. I told y'all that. So for them to be saying they making it crystal clear just because they was on board with it one time or before does not mean that they at any time that they didn't want to do it, they making it crystal clear. That ass is going to prison. Because those times that they said that they didn't want to do it, even though you got, hey papi, ooh baby, let's talk about sex, baby, ooh, I want to feel you on the inside, all of that. There's also some who saying, I'm not doing, I don't want to do that. Because you want me to get you ready for you to go pump some other chick. No. Let them go through the build up. No. That's in there. And that also makes it clear that you can't say that hotel incident, to look over that hotel incident, because at other times she was okay with it. I told y'all that. So what we going through right now is the crystal clear to weed out whoever he done paid to throw the case and say not guilty. They moving that shit out the way. So all that whatever, all them signals that he was giving, it's out, baby. Stay woke. I'm trying to tell y'all. This is why I stay true to it. This is why I don't let people come over here and drop that narrative shit. I want my tea sippers to be crystal clear. We ain't falling for no damn bananas and no tailpipes. And I mean that, baby.
Talking, or maybe the jurors are thinking that possibly because, both Jane and Cassie were in relationships.
I like clicks and views, but I ain't finna lie to get them.
The water in terms of, can somebody who was in a relationship with the defendant be a victim of sex trafficking? I think the government has to really kind of lay that out in their proposed instructions. I think in terms of the defense also, I think they're going to want to make sure that the jury also knows.
Now, that's cool. See, I could be trifling like that and just act like, ooh, he going to jail, ooh, and come up with a whole lot, song and dance, just for clicks and views and cash app and super chats. I could do that. I'm not doing that though. But Precious, stop fronting. You showed your baby girl when you met her money. You flashed money in her face. Stop. You love bombed her in the beginning. Stop it. All y'all love bomb in the beginning. I don't know nobody who ain't who. So stop faking the funk. You just married now, so you don't have to do it as much. But you faked the funk in the beginning. You came hard and heavy with it. I can tell, because you always got something to say.
Like very clearly what each predicate act under RICO is. It seems like from the most part,
has
from my
got me
understanding, being inside the courtroom, I think they might be a little more concerned with count one, especially just all the underlying things that go with count one. Again, that being racketeering, conspiracy, and just kind of again laying it out very simply for the jury. Because even sometimes when I'm in the courtroom, I'm kind of like, okay, what did I just hear? What is this interpreted? And I'm just, I'm not a lawyer or anything like that. So imagine me being on a jury. I would want things just really spelled out very clearly. So I think both sides are going to take their time making sure that they get everything that they wanted on these proposed jury instructions. But I also think an interesting thing, Jesse, is I'm kind of interested to see if the prosecutors and the defense attorney who are going to be giving the closing arguments are going to be inside the courtroom today for this charge conference. Because yesterday the judge said that, he is okay with the whichever lawyer is going to be giving the closing argument not to attend the charge conference, and the other lawyers can kind of argue everything out. But I'll be interested to see if possibly Maureen Comey will be in there, and Mark Agnifilo will be in there, who I presume is going to be giving the closing arguments in this trial. But we'll see if they'll show up now that court has been pushed back a couple of hours today to begin at 2.
Right, because they need to prepare.
They need to
for
prepare
closing arguments, which are quite important and quite lengthy in this case. Before I let you go, Elizabeth, what's the vibe like we've seen this past week? What was the vibe of Diddy? What's the vibe of the jury? What can you tell us? How do they look? How do they, what's their demeanor like as we're coming to the conclusion of this case?
Yeah, well, as far as the jury is concerned, I kind of feel like maybe they were kind of tired of possibly reading all those text messages, watching all those sexually explicit videos, because that is what it felt like for most of the duration of this week, even going back to late last week. And so, I think maybe for the jurors, they're probably a little at the tired point of this trial. It's been almost 2 months at this point. And so I think they're kind of like, okay, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Eventually we'll get this case. Eventually we'll deliberate. But again, I'm just guessing. I'm not inside their heads or anything like that. But as far as Sean Combs is concerned, I will say this. I think that in terms of just his defense attorneys and their arguments, and I think that he seems pretty proud of what the defense put up, even though we weren't expecting a very long case from the defense's case in chief. Really, it was just them reading stuff into evidence, reading exhibits, and reading a bunch of stipulations. But it seems like, from what I could tell of just his demeanor and vibe inside the courtroom, he seemed pretty pleased with what his defense gave, especially during those cross-examinations of the many witnesses, including Don Richard, including of Mia, including of Jane, including of all the special agents, just all the various witnesses that took the stand on behalf of the government, and even in terms of just the assistants and their testimony too. So I think as far as just the end of the trial, we're getting to the beginning of the end here. I think, we'll see kind of what happens with closing arguments tomorrow, but it seems like, possibly maybe Sean Combs is feeling pretty good right now. He said the judge was doing a good job, an excellent job. He added yesterday, and it actually got a chuckle from the judge too. And so I think as far as the vibe goes yesterday, he's seen.
Cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid could kick millions of people off their health insurance.
That would be devastating. It's just wrong.
Ask your senators to protect access to rural health care.
Concern. We put up a poll. Are you concerned about the charges dropped last minute influencing the jury's perception? 46% say very concerned. 34% say not at all. 19% say somewhat concerned. Interesting. I don't know if the jury even knows granularly what was dropped or not. They don't know about this, but they will be presented jury instructions, and maybe, I don't recall during opening statements if they were that specific, saying aiding and abetting kidnapping, conspiracy kidnapping, attempted I think they just mentioned kidnapping. I don't know if the jury really is going to know so much about this. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. You and I are going to get together for our recap episode later on today on Sidebar. We'll figure out what the jury instructions are, what the charge conference was like. Thank you so much, and get out of the heat. Get inside that courtroom. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, Nene says, thank you, Elizabeth, for explaining this letter. Okay, so now I want to get back to my panel. Not only do we have with us Rich Schoenstein, but I'm also joined by former prosecutor Barrett Berger and a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer. It's great to have you both here. Barrett, I want your thoughts on this, because there was a question that came in from Old Hollywood Angels. Isn't it sloppy to drop charges? The jury will think it's sketchy. So I guess there's a couple of things here. You think the jury even is going to know that there's this tweak to this? Assuming I'm correct, assuming we're correct, that they're not dropping arson or kidnapping in totality, if they're making these slight tweaks, is it sloppy, or does it say something about how the prosecution feels about their case?
Yeah, so good question. Not sloppy at all. This happens all the time in RICO cases. I prosecuted a number of RICO cases, and at the end of it, you sort of clean up at the end. Now, I want to just be careful about one thing. They're not dropping charges here. And if you look at the government's letter, they explain it. They say, we aren't proceeding on these theories of liability.
Right.
Again, a lot of legal jargon here, but all that means is for racketeering, the government only has to show 2 predicate acts. That's all they have to show. They've alleged far more than 2. And to some extent, they don't need to bite off any more than just 2. They'll still have more than 2, but they're just simplifying it. They're saying, Judge, we're not saying that he aided and abetted sex trafficking. That's not our theory of liability anymore. For racketeering, we still may proceed on the arson, but maybe not on the attempted. So they're just making it a little cleaner for the jury. And I think we want to push back against this idea that they're dropping charges. To your other question, will the jury think that's sloppy? Absolutely not. I don't think the jury is going to have any idea what predicates were alleged in the original indictment, what things are going to go forward. When they get their verdict sheet, it is not going to show like a big red X on the things that were taken out. It's only going to have, what they actually have to decide before them now. So I don't think the jury is going to think this is going to look sloppy. I cannot imagine this will influence their decision. The only thing
No, they never knew what was there.
Jury instructions by a little bit, which if the jury was smart, they would thank the government for that.
They never knew that was there.
Great analysis, because Safa, we just got this question. By the way, all-star panel. Look at this all-star panel we have here.
No, we didn't.
But Safa,
Champ, don't come in here lying.
Am I right to believe that the feds just made the case easier to follow?
Champ. Champ, don't come in here lying. What you mean, changed? Who changed? Y'all changed y'all tune. What tune? What tune? What tune you talking about? What you coming over here starting? Y'all foolish to think this jury ain't watching. Pressure. They may be watching. Do me wait a minute. Hold on, Pressure. Move over. Champ. Okay. You was doing all that big teeth and now he about to. I don't think he gonna beat it. I ain't changed shit. You came over here lying. You came over here faking and shaking. Pressure. Have I changed my view about anything? Why Champ over here popping his gums? Help him out. Can anybody tell him I done changed my views? Cause ain't shit they done said done changed anything I said. So who sent your ass over here? The problem tree, that ain't what I asked. Move. I need for everybody else to move and answer. I said that was never there. We never knew anything about no attempted kidnapping. Kidnapping is still there. Attempted is not. I never knew anything about no attempting. And he's still going to prison. I ain't changed shit. Read Pressure. I ain't changed a fucking thing. So don't come over here popping your collar like you don't, like I done changed it. I ain't changed nothing. Okay, so you new to the party. When did they ever tell us attempted was on there? Today is the first day we ever knew anything about attempting. Okay, so because you came over here lying, I'm gonna remove you today. Cause I ain't changed nothing. And he's still going to jail. Prison. He already in jail. He couldn't bond out. Remember, he's so guilty. They didn't even want, how many? 50 mil? Bye. Get your ass on out of here. The problem tree, go with him. Shit. Baby, you got me bent. That's why I stay solid. That's why I don't jump on bandwagons. That's exactly why I don't jump on bandwagons. That's why I'm solid. I stick with what I know and what I see. You can't drop propaganda and control narratives for me. No. And then when I hear it, I come over here and I forewarn my tea sippers. Don't fall for that. First time we don't hear anything about some attempted. And I'm like, attempted? Oh no. That must be for those co-conspirators. That wasn't for Diddy. He the head leader. He the boss. He Godfather. No, he's the leader. He is the boss. His sister said, what is sister say? What is sister say? Yeah. Yeah. Let's finish.
Absolutely. It makes it easier. And to my other counsel's point is it really just streamlines the case for the jury, especially once it comes time for the jury to be charged by the judge. It simplifies everything. So now the judge isn't going to have to explain what attempted means or anything of that nature. And I don't think that the government was really, and as the evidence has been presented at trial, I think their theory was that he actually did commit arson, that he didn't attempt to, but that he had done that.
There we go. Right there.
Capricorn Clark, but that he actually kidnapped Marine Cole.
Oh, okay. So, oh my God, thank you.
They explain it. They say the water in terms of.
Oh, she said it right there. He didn't attempt nothing.
Yesterday, and it actually got a truck
dropping any of the
everything else. I think.
So it essentially streamlines it, makes it easier and more digestible.
But it seems like from what I could tell of just his demeanor and vibe inside the courtroom, he seemed pretty pleased with what his defense gave, especially during those cross-examinations of the many witnesses, including Don Richard, including of Mia, including of Jane, including of all the special agents, just all the various witnesses that took the stand on behalf of the government, and even in terms of just the assistants and their testimony too. So I think as far as just the end of the trial, we're getting to the beginning of the end here. I think, we'll see kind of what happens with closing arguments tomorrow, but it seems like, possibly maybe Sean Combs is feeling pretty good right now. He said the judge was doing a good job, an excellent job. He added yesterday, and it actually got a chuckle from the judge too. And so I think as far as the vibe goes yesterday, he's seen.
Let's get fiscal. Lesson 3, savings games. Setting up your financial future, Credit Karma.
Now he seems pretty upbeat, given that, on the tail end of this, it's possibly that, the jury will come with a decision. And
you right, Rosemary.
How that might possibly feel on
I'm sorry, I don't. I came from.
You mentioned concern. We put up a poll. Are you concerned about the charges dropped last minute?
And I got a headache. And my son.
6% say very concerned. 34% say not at all. 19% say somewhat concerned. Interesting. I don't know if the jury even knows granularly what was dropped or not. They don't know about this, but they will be presented jury instructions, and maybe, I don't recall during opening statements if they were that specific, saying aiding, abetting, kidnapping, conspiracy.
No, they did not. This is the first time we don't heard that.
I don't know if the jury really is going to know so much about this. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. You and I are going to get together for our recap episode later on today on Sidebar. We'll figure out what the jury instructions are, what the charge conference was like. Thank you so much, and get out of the heat. Get inside that courtroom. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, Nene says.
And they have never said nothing about
so
no.
Now I want to get back to my panel. Not only do we have with us Rich Schoenstein, but I'm also joined by former prosecutor Barrett Berger and a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer. It's great to have you both here. Barrett, I want your thoughts on this because there was a question that came in from Old Hollywood Angels. Isn't it sloppy to drop charges? The jury will think it's sketchy. So I guess there's a couple of things here. You think the jury even is going to know that there's this tweak to this? Assuming I'm correct, assuming we're correct, that they're not dropping arson or kidnapping in totality, if they're making these slight tweaks. Is it sloppy, or does it say something about how the prosecution feels about their case?
Yeah, so good question. Not sloppy at all. This happens all the time in RICO cases. I prosecuted a number of RICO cases, and at the end of it, you sort of clean up at the end. Now, I want to just be careful about one thing. They're not dropping charges here. And if you look at the government's letter, they explain it. They say, we aren't proceeding on these theories of liability.
Right.
Again, a lot of legal jargon here, but all that means is for racketeering, the government only has to show 2 predicate acts. That's all they have to show. They've alleged far more than 2. And to some extent, they don't need to bite off any more than just 2. They'll still have more than 2, but they're just simplifying it. They're saying, Judge, we're not saying that he aided and abetted sex trafficking. That's not our theory of liability anymore. For racketeering, we still may proceed on the arson, but maybe not on the attempted. So they're just making it a little cleaner for the jury. And I think we want to push back against this idea that they're dropping charges. To your other question, will the jury think that's sloppy? Absolutely not. I don't think the jury is going to have any idea what predicates were alleged in the original indictment, what things are going to go forward. When they get their verdict sheet, it is not going to show like a big red X on the things that were taken out. It's only going to have, what they actually have to decide before them now. So I don't think the jury is going to think this is going to look sloppy. I cannot imagine this will influence their decision. The only thing it's going to do is shorten those jury instructions by a little bit, which
and so they can get out of deliberation quicker.
It's a good point. Great analysis because Safa, we just got this question. By the way, all-star panel. Look at this.
They really should have, but yeah, that would have been one hell of a bill.
Dog, am I right to believe that the feds just made the case easier to follow?
Yes.
Absolutely. It makes it easier. And to my other counsel's point is it really just streamlines the case for the jury, especially once it comes time for the jury to be charged by the judge. It simplifies everything. So now the judge isn't going to have to explain what attempted means or anything of that nature. And I don't think that the government was really, and as the evidence has been presented at trial, I think their theory was that he actually did commit arson.
Facts.
He didn't attempt to, but that he had done that, or that he attempted to kidnap Capricorn Clark, but that he actually kidnapped Capricorn Clark. So it essentially streamlines it, makes it easier and more digestible for the jury before they go back to deliberate.
Rich, Nina C., if something is dropped, it helps only the prosecution, as it removes reasonable doubt for certain predicate crimes for RICO.
Yeah, again, I agree with the other panelists. They're not really dropping any of the predicates. Yeah. They're dropping a sub-theory or two of some of the predicates just to streamline it a little bit.
Yeah,
as far
some
as
sub-theories that we didn't even know was there.
Case, arson is still in the case. Bribery is still in the case. Witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, all of the predicate acts are still in the case, still on the verdict sheet. We're just talking about minor tweaks to the jury instructions, which are going to be several hours long, no matter what happens.
So Kayla Williams says, I love you guys. Best
witness tampering.
I love how non-biased you all are. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate that. We're always trying to be. Okay, so here's something interesting.
Hello.
Barrett, that we got a question coming.
Witness tampering. Did we know about witness tampering?
I'll just go to this one. This is from Matthew Robillard. Would it be
T-shippers. Did we know about witness tampering?
Arguments could be the turning point in this trial. It really feels like this could make or break it for both sides. Am I exaggerating by thinking that?
You're not exaggerating by thinking that at all. Closing arguments, I agree. I think they are the most important part of the trial. This is a chance for the government to bring together all of these various pieces of evidence that they put forward over the last few weeks and try to make sense of them for the jury. They also want to connect the different pieces. Now, you remember through this trial, evidence came...
Let's get fiscal. Lesson 3, savings gains. Setting up your financial future.
Trial evidence came in. It didn't always come in consecutively. It's not like they started, okay, let's start 10 years ago and just go in order.
That's true.
They heard different things from different witnesses. This is the government's chance to tie it all together. And really for them, the important part is to show not only how it connects together, but how witness A's testimony really supports witnesses B's. And the text messages from this person actually impact what you heard from them. So it's to bring all these little pieces together. For the defense, this is an amazing opportunity to do the only thing that they have to do, which is to poke holes. That's why they didn't call any witnesses. Their whole goal is just poke holes. And if you can find enough little holes, it's going to make the whole boat leaky, and you're going to get, at least a hung jury if they can do that effectively.
We have a question here for you, Safa, from Nancy Nicole D. If Jesse is correct and the Mann Act charges stick, which, by the way, we're not talking about the Mann Act. We're referring to racketeering conspiracy.
Yeah, we're not.
When we talk about Mann Act, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, which I've said before multiple times, I think is the easiest path.
Oh, yeah, we ain't even talking about that one.
Go on record saying I think there's a 95.
Did y'all hear that? For the people in the back? We ain't even talking about the Mann Act. And y'all still think he gonna walk. These changes don't have nothing. That's why, see how that work? Y'all better pay attention to AunTeaFee. AunTeaFee got a whole bunch of sense. I really do. Do y'all remember earlier when I said I gave y'all 2 and then another one pop in there and I said, and they don't have nothing to do with S3X. It don't have nothing to do with the female O's or the men. Y'all remember that? Because that's a whole That's a whole different other piece of, that's a whole nother baby. And I can prove he going to prison without even bringing up the Mann Act. You see how I did that? Y'all feel me now? Because I gave you 3. You don't have to have 2. And I didn't even bring up S3X. And y'all think he gonna walk. That champ, whatever they was, he can't walk. We ain't even brought up the Punisher, RICO, Joel's, Paul. Well, we ain't even brought them up. We ain't even brought that up. And none of those changes have nothing to do with the Mann Act. Understand? Thank you. Do you, T-sippers, are you with me? You see how I did that? I gave you 2. Then the third one. Didn't mention S3X. Didn't have to, because that's separate. And none of these changes, again, for the people in the back that got in here late, the attempted stuff, the attempted arson is still there. Kidnapping is still there. They're still there. It's just the attempted that unfair. He didn't attempt. As I said that. He the boss. He the boss. He ain't attempt nothing. Yes. Absolutely. I gave you 2. And that's just on one of them. The Mann Act is still there. That across state lines, doing something strange for a piece of change, the flipping the script with the male hookers, all of that. That ain't none of the changes today have nothing to do with attempt. Those were not attempted nothing. That was not attempted nothing. It went down, baby. Lord, if I show y'all these sores in that girl's mouth, I don't even know if I could show y'all. Have y'all seen them sores in her mouth? Back of her throat, she looked like she had, oh, he ought to be ashamed of herself. He ought to be, she too, let me stop. Because the first time anything would have came in my mouth like that, them canker sores and shit, all up in the roof, her tongue, doing some type of ping pong, you know, bump here, like something can bounce off of them big ass bumps on her tongue and all in her throat. And it was horrible. He not guilty? What do you mean? He ain't went to court. He ain't went to trial. How is he guilty? He ain't went to trial. No. Don't come in here lying. How is he guilty? He's only been indicted. The grand jury has not even, he's not been found guilty of nothing. He's been indicted. So use the proper terminology. Don't come in here lying. Keep your hands to yourself. He would still be alive. He said he did it. He ain't been found guilty. He ain't been found guilty of murder. But I suggest you keep your hands to yourself. He'd have still been alive. But he ain't been found guilty. So don't come over here lying. So you need to reword it and say he's been indicted. There's video proof of what? There's video proof of what? Watch this. There's video proof of what? Notification. He said he did it. He said he did it. So what are you talking about? He said he did it. We know he did. So what are you talking about? You late to the party? You slow to the party? We know he did. Absolutely. Jabbed him. Bam. No, he did it like that, I think. Yeah, he sure did. So notification again, I'm going to say. He ain't guilty. He ain't been found guilty of murder. He said he did it. So again, don't come over here playing with me. I know exactly what I said. And I know exactly. Keep your hands to yourself. And notification, I hope you keep your hands to yourself too. So somebody won't have to take you out for standing their ground. Keep your hands to yourself. It's just that simple. Okay? So go play with somebody else. I'm finna talk about it. I ain't running from it. Are you crazy? I still am stand your ground. Stand your ground. And if you don't want nobody to stand their ground with you, keep your hands to yourself. Do you understand? Do you understand notification? And I suggest if you have kids, you teach that to your kids too. And if somebody needs to be removed, call 911. But don't you put your hands on them. Unless they put their hands on you. And if they put their hands on you, notification, you take them out. It's just that simple. Okay? So are you one of the ones who thought I was going to change my view too? You got me bent, baby. Keep your hands to yourself. And you live to see another day. Okay? And teach that to your kids. Don't expect for somebody not to stand their ground when you being a bully. Stop being a bully. Say no to bullies. Say no to bullies. Y'all think I was going to change how I felt about it? Y'all crazy as hell. Stand your ground. Keep your hands to yourself. Now, as I may need to do that separate, baby, because if people think I'm going to change my stance on it, you crazy as hell. You crazy as hell. Only way I would turn on Carmelo Anthony is if he was not touched first. If he was touched, it's stand your ground. Period. Ain't nothing you gonna say that's gonna change that. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna do that separate so I can give it to y'all raw and uncut. Because y'all thinking I'm changing my views. I'm solid. See, this is what happens when people ain't solid. They flip-flop. I don't flip-flop on shit. When I'm solid, baby. I'm true to it. I ain't new to it. I'm not easily influenced.
On that, the travel records, payments, the text messages, the testimony, all linking him up to essentially transporting sex workers and Jane and Cassie for the purpose.
And I'm gonna hurt y'all feelings again.
I think it's there, but anyway. Nancy Nicole D says, if Jesse is correct and the Mann Act charges stick, based on your experience, what kind of sentences do judges give for this type of case? Albeit this is not a typical case. So yeah, we've always talked about how racketeering SOFA can carry up to life in prison, sex trafficking a minimum of 15 years in prison. For the Mann Act charges, for the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what realistically could he be looking at?
I think it's going to depend on what the jury is ultimately going to convict him on first and foremost. You know, if he's acquitted of the RICO and if he's acquitted of the, well, I don't think he's going to be acquitted of the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. And there's a toss-up on the sex trafficking charges. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, his minimum is 5 years or 15 to life. The judge is going to ultimately take all of those things into consideration. In federal court, there are sentencing guidelines that the court will look at. They're going to do a pre-sentence investigation to determine, where he's going to fall on the sentencing scale. They're going to categorize him in all of those sorts of things. And not only that, but once it comes time for sentencing, of course, his attorneys are going to argue for the most lenient sentence. So it's going to depend, I think, on what he's ultimately convicted of and how much deference the judge is going to give as to what charges he was convicted of in terms of what his full sentence would be.
Barrett, let me just throw this to you as a former prosecutor. For those charges, I believe they carry up to 10 years in prison. I've had back and forth about it. There are those who say he will get 10 years if he's convicted of it. There's those who say he will get nowhere near 10 years. Where do you stand on that if he's convicted just of those charges alone?
So let's say he's, in your hypothetical, if he's just convicted of the Mann Act charges, acquitted of everything else, I think he will not get nothing. And here's the reason why. The judge has sat through this entire trial. The judge can bring in other information that he knows about the defendant when sentencing him. So he's not just sentencing him.
Y'all hear that?
The charge he was convicted of is the transportation of the sex workers. He can bring in things that he learned about his treatment of women, about his potential, potential arson, the kidnapping. All of this information he's learned about can be relevant conduct for purposes of sentencing. So I think there is absolutely
Y'all hear that?
Very high likelihood that even if those are the only two counts he gets convicted of, that he would serve close to the maximum for that.
Okay, so we shall see. We have a question here for you, Rich. This is from Danielle, 984. What happens if the jury can't decide?
Well, then it's a hung jury. And, we've seen this. Sometimes the jury could decide on one or two counts, but not all of them. There are 4 counts in here. There's racketeering, there's the sex trafficking count, and there's transportation with intent to commit prostitution. There's actually 5 counts because there's sex trafficking for Cassie and sex trafficking for Jane. There's transportation with intent to commit prostitution for Cassie and also for Jane. I agree with you. I think those 2 transportation for prostitution counts are sort of layups. But if they can't reach a verdict, if they can't reach a unanimous decision,
did he say layups?
Then it's declared a hung jury, and it's up to the prosecution to decide if they want to try it again.
Yeah, Isabella Pinho says, could the prosecution be concerned about a potential hung jury? Of course. I mean, there's always a concern about that. Okay, Barrett, let me just go back to you. This is from Terry Damon. Can anyone answer me? Will the feds be able to seize his assets if they're in his mom's name?
Yes. So asset forfeiture will be involved. If he's convicted, there will be pretty rigorous asset forfeiture proceedings and restitution proceedings to figure out how to distribute those assets. The complexity here is that there's also civil litigation, so that will probably need to play out as well. But the fact that you put something in somebody else's name really is not a bar when it comes to asset forfeiture. The feds still can go in, they can seize things. They will be able to do what is right for the victims here.
Safa, over to you. This is from
So the feds gonna find it. They already got their eye on him.
Prosecutors still credible after dropping charges. We were talking about it's not really dropping charges, but after dropping, let's just say theories, and showing text out of context just to fit their narrative. It's
Cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid could kick millions of people off their health insurance.
That would be devastating. It's just wrong.
Ask your senators to protect access to rural.
I want to hear what they say about that.
Provided more context, particularly with Cassie or Jane. But I throw it to you. How are prosecutors still credible after this?
When prosecutors prosecute cases, they always have to act with ethics, first and foremost. So I don't think that they're uncredible. I think, again, that they are going to put on their case in chief, and they have put on their case in chief. Their case in chief is going to fit the narrative and theory that they want it to fit, and what they want the jury to believe in order to make a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, from the defense aspect, of course, we want these extra text messages because it completes the narrative of the conversation, and I think the defense did a good job of highlighting that. As a former prosecutor and even now as a defense attorney, I've always thought and learned that, you know, you always want to get ahead of things as they prepare or come out during the testimony of your witnesses. You don't want the jury to find something out from the other side that you could have easily brought up and explained away from in front of the jury before the other side got to bring it up, because then jurors might not be so trusting of the prosecution or whatever attorney or whatever side has brought in this information. So it's really important for that to happen, for them to get ahead of these things. And so I don't think that they're uncredible. I think that they're just holding on to their theory. And of course, they're going to put on evidence that fits their theory or narrative.
We put up a poll. What's your prediction for the outcome? 45% of people who took the poll say guilty. 24% say split verdict. 21% say not guilty. And 8% say too early to tell. Okay. Got a question for all of my
Ain't no more to tell what?
7K. Hello, Jesse, Rich.
Oh, they need to close an argument.
Great
Okay.
show. Thank you for all the information over the weeks. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Just a quick question. Is there anything the panel would do if they worked on the trial? Start with you, Rich.
Anything I would do if I worked on the trial?
Yeah.
Do I get to pick a side?
You can. This is the lunchtime show. There are no rules on the lunchtime show.
I don't know. You know, listen, I think this case, from what I can tell, and we're in New York, we're in federal court, so we don't get to actually see any of this go down on camera, which is terrible. So it's a little harder to evaluate. But from what I've seen, I think the prosecution has put on a very difficult case pretty well, pretty efficiently, especially compared to some RICO trials we've seen recently. They've gotten in the evidence they need to get this case to the jury. And I think the defense is doing a good job because they picked a theory of the case, they stuck to it, they didn't put their client on the stand, which I wouldn't have done in a million years, and I think they're right about that. And they're going to take a swing at this in closing argument, and I agree with Barrett, it is an important closing argument because of that.
Safa, what would you do?
Well, you know, I definitely give credit to what we've learned from what our colleagues are doing in that courtroom, and it's essentially hone in on the fact that the government has failed to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think that that is what the defense is going to hang their hat on. If I was one of the defense attorneys as a part of that case, that would certainly be my argument, especially with regard to the RICO charges and the failure to establish the conspiracy factor and enterprising factor with regard to that charge in the indictment. It seems, and I would expect that the defense team is going to move in line with that sort of closing, and they're going to go piece by piece with respect to each element of each offense and to show the jury how the government has failed to meet that burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I saw Barron. I was just going to ignore him. But he wanted. So I thought I blocked him before. He came back under a different page.
That I probably would focus on if I was a prosecutor.
So I wasn't gonna block him this time.
Something that's a little different than
I just wasn't gonna answer his question.
Bring up in a case. I think the prosecutor.
Let me say this to you, though, sir. Barron. Barron. I don't have to. I know you feel entitled. Let me start out right there. You feel entitled. And you may be entitled on your platform, on your page. But you're not entitled over here. Did I answer that for you? But don't ask me nothing else. Okay? And if you decide that you just can't help yourself, put it on a super chat or a super sticker or me and, unless you say something that warrants me to remove you, put it on a super chat or a super sticker. And if not, I'm just going to ignore you again. How about that? Did I answer that for you? Little Baron. But you're a little entitled. Your little entitled ass. Somebody ain't never told you no before? Are you one of them no mean yeses? Baron? I don't owe you nothing. Baron? Okay. And? Am I not entitled? So why you here if you don't like it? Why are you here? Why you keep coming back? You just keep coming and coming and coming. Coming and coming. Why? Bye. You can't leave on your own. You can't leave on your own. Yeah. Okay. So I'm about to leave. Okay. And if you want to stay, just shh. And if you want to ask me something, put it on a super chat or a super sticker. If not,
prosecutors have to do something to explain to the jury why this case was not overcharged. Because if this is something that we're all
they want me to get you up out of here.
The jurors are thinking, talking about it.
Bye, Baron.
So they need to convince them not only that the case has actually satisfied each of the legal elements, which as from my seat, as I sit here today, it seems to me that they've met those elements, but they really need to convince the jurors why these charges are appropriate and why they actually fit the conduct that they've seen here. So I think it's not as much convincing them, of the legality here, like did I get everything on the jury sheet, but you really have to convince the jurors why this equates to justice and why these were the right charges for this particular defendant.
Barrett, quick follow-up. Does the prosecution have to explain why they didn't call Christina Quorum, whose name has come up almost every day with almost every witness, the purported chief of staff, the purported main co-conspirator in this racketeering conspiracy case? Should they explain why they didn't call her?
Not only should they not, I don't think they can. I think that would probably go outside the bounds of what they're able to do. I will say the judge is going to give the jurors an instruction saying, it's not for you to consider why, witnesses were called or weren't called. There are strategic decisions, the same way it's not for you to consider, why the prosecution charged the case this way. You have what you have before you, that's all. So if the prosecution was to try to speak on this, I think they would clearly draw an objection, and I think that would probably be a pretty sustainable objection.
Safa, okay, got a question for you. This was a good one. Okay, here we go.
Juicier, crispier, tastier. Try our new chicken sandwiches at Culver's.
Would that result in a mistrial?
I need some water.
This verdict on some of the charges, and they can hang on another charge. So, for example, if they came back guilty on transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty on sex trafficking, but came back, hung or not guilty on the racketeering. If they come back not guilty on the racketeering charge, then that would essentially satisfy the case. He's been acquitted on that charge. The other two he's been found guilty of, and that essentially will adjudicate the case. If they come back hung on the racketeering charge, there's a mistrial with respect to that, and it will be up to the prosecution if they want to go after him again with respect to that charge.
I'm going to throw this one to you because you and I have a sidebar that we're going to record after this about jurors speaking out on the Karen Reed case. The reason I asked that is because we got a question from Danielle at 3984. When this trial is over, is the jury allowed to speak out publicly about this case, including who was in the jury and what was said?
Yeah, jurors are free to speak, and they're free not to speak. They are out of the court's jurisdiction after the trial, and if they want to engage, they can. My experience is more often than not, the jurors don't want to talk. For example, in the case you mentioned, we've had a few jurors come out publicly and make appearances and answer questions on podcasts or other broadcasts, but most of them haven't. But if they want to, they can, and in this day and age, a lot of people are going to be looking for them once the case is over.
Mm-hmm. And I have a feeling they might want to talk out. You think about that, and you think about what their experiences is like, and whether or not this is something they even want to revisit after all of these weeks. And you think about what they've had to see and what they've had to hear. It does become a question, and it's not an easy case to sit on whatsoever. I mean, I talk about it with Elizabeth, how many videos this jury has had to watch. I don't know exactly what was on these videos, but It's not the best thing to watch at
Yeah,
9 in the morning.
We ask a lot of these jurors. I mean, first of all, we ask a lot of time. They've been on this case for 6 weeks, 2 months.
Yeah.
And so they've given so much of their time to the case that it's probably taken a psychological toll. I think we almost ought to offer all these jurors counseling to have to sit through the kind of evidence in this case. And a lot of them are going to want to just get as far away as they can the minute.
Yeah, they're going to need a vacation.
Question here
Hi,
from
Maria.
Samuel Gregory. Barrett, I'll throw this to you. Hey, Jesse, at the ending phase, can the feds still offer him a plea deal? Please answer.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
He could, I mean, not only do they have to offer him a deal, he could plead to the indictment at any point. I find it highly unlikely. I cannot imagine a scenario they would want to offer him a plea deal, nor that he would take one at this stage. But yeah, the defendant can plead anytime before the jury's verdict comes back.
But what would that look like at this stage after all that evidence was presented?
I mean, again, that's why the government would not offer him any kind of a deal right now that was any different than what was charged in the indictment, right? I mean, that ship has sailed. The offer can't have gotten better for them after they had to go, get all these witnesses, traumatize some of these witnesses by putting them on the stand. I can't imagine that they would offer him any sort of a benefit. But again, every defendant has the right, if they want to plead guilty, he could plead guilty to the indictment at any point. That's his choice. The only reason that he would ever have to do that is if he thinks that would give him some sort of benefit at the time of sentencing, which, it would give him a minor acceptance of responsibility benefit on the sentencing guidelines. But I think it is, I won't say zero because nothing's zero, but let's put it at a 1% chance of that happening right now.
Safa, this is a good question from Blessing Eek. Not sure if I missed this, but has the judge ruled on the Rule 29 motion? So this happened yesterday, right? At the conclusion of the government's case, the defense basically said, under law, there's nothing for the jury to decide. There's insufficient evidence to sustain a conviction. Even if we take everything that was presented, there's no racketeering conspiracy, there's no sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, there's no transportation to engage in prostitution. And I'll tell you this much before I throw it to you. If it's not denied, if it's not granted, it definitely gives you a preview of where the defense is going in their closing arguments. And I think they make some really compelling arguments that might not be enough.
Yeah, they wouldn't be going through this right now if he was considering
potentially raising reasonable doubt. I haven't seen the judge make an official ruling on this. I don't know if you have, but it seems unlikely, right, that the judge is going to grant it.
Right. I haven't seen an official ruling as of yet. However, I would assume that if we've gotten to the point of the charging conference, I think it starts at 2 o'clock, he may rule on it before they begin the charging conference, or either rule on it before they begin the charging conferences. Some judges might reserve, but I don't foresee the judge wanting to spend that much significant time doing the charging conference and all of those things without making that ruling. So I would have assumed that he would have ruled against the defense if he has not already, or that he will rule against the defense. And he views the evidence in the light most favorable to the government. So it's a prima facie case to establish those elements, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the government. I would expect that.
So right there, even if people thinking that it's a weak case, or if our charges was dropped, we wouldn't be going through all of this right now, right? Right? If the case was weak, as pressure is saying, then the judge would grant an acquittal, right? Right? That's what they're saying right now. If there was no, it wasn't proven, there's no evidence, and they didn't prove nothing, it's a weak case, he will acquit. What you saying? That's what they saying. He asked for it to be acquitted. They asked him for an acquittal. They said they ain't proved it, and so right now they're saying that he haven't ruled on it yet. So if it goes forward and they don't streamline it, It ain't as weak. I mean, but y'all thought kidnapping was gone. Y'all, okay, let me, because, I mean, although it's standard, but if it's so weak, shouldn't he have quit? And what did Johnny Cochran say? If it don't fit, you must have quit.
We would deny that motion and the case would go to the jury.
Barrett, I'll give you the follow-up. We have a question from IMMS Gaming. Just to be clear, is the defense's motion for acquittal denied and still goes to the jury? So, your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so at every criminal trial, the defense will make this motion. It's one of the most standard parts of a trial, and they have to make this motion to really preserve a lot of their rights for purposes of the appeal if he is convicted. The judge probably won't rule on the motion right now. My guess is he may want to write on it after the trial. It is not likely to be a successful motion, particularly given everything that the government has put into evidence during this trial. But this is all pretty routine, both the motion and the judge's not ruling on it right away.
Rich, Miss Susan 50 asks, have they chosen a foreperson?
I don't think so. I think in the federal system, the jurors will choose a foreperson. That'll be one of the first things they do when they go back in the room.
I'll give you another question, because I'll give you another question. Okay. This is from Matthew Robillard. Regardless of the verdict, can Diddy really come back from this? I don't see how any brand or celebrity would want to be seen with him after all that's come out. And by the way, he's got all the civil lawsuits, too.
Yes. Wait, it's funny you mention that. As we speak, I have a crack team of interns at my firm assembling the information on all the pending civil lawsuits because I'm very interested in what's going to happen with those when this trial is over. Kenny,
I mean, because
really
it ain't over.
My expertise, right? This
all these Diddy lovers, baby, it ain't over.
Famous, incredibly successful, formerly beloved person who built an empire, and whether he can sustain the hits that he's taking now from this trial. I mean, if he gets a not guilty verdict across the board, do I think he could have a second act? Yes, I do.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody disagree with that? Anybody think that if he's acquitted, he could completely reverse the narrative? Anybody? Nobody wants to. Safa?
I'll take this one. So I think in part it could go both ways. Once you get someone who has allegations of domestic violence or sexual abuse or sexually related crimes, it's really difficult to come back from those sorts of things because it's always going to be out there, and there's always somebody that's going to believe the allegations, even if you are found not guilty. But at the same time, I think, America, and as we've seen with prior defendants in the country, especially high profile individuals, just because a person may be found guilty of a crime doesn't mean that they can't be vindicated and have a success story in their arena of choice, whether that's in politics, whether that's in music. So, I think it could go either way for him.
Okay. Going back to more questions. Will Law and Crime cover the civil suit trials? Maybe, maybe not. Depends upon if there's cameras, although I don't believe in any of the jurisdictions there would be. But also, I'm not entirely sure. We'll cross that bridge when we get to that. Okay. Hey, Jesse. Okay. This is interesting. I'll go to Barrett for this one. This is from Fika Kaplan. Hey, Jesse, the American legal system is different than in Germany. Here, the judge decides if a person is guilty or not. Is the judge allowed to say how he would have ruled after the jury's verdict?
Nope. The judge doesn't get to weigh in on that unless it's what's called a bench trial. Some defendants choose to waive their right to have a jury and to have the judge decide their guilt. That's the defendant's choice. But no, in a case where it's a jury trial, the judge won't weigh in on that. The way that you will know how the judge views this case is when it comes time to sentencing. If a judge thinks that a case was, overcharged, the defendant, not that he was not guilty, but that things, proceeded somehow unfairly for him or that the charges weren't appropriate, you'll see that in perhaps a more lenient sentence, or the judge may, say something from the bench about, I feel like lesser charges could have been brought or something like that. But you won't hear the judge saying, I would have acquitted this defendant or I would have convicted him.
Safa, how much, this is from Samuel Gregory, how much approximately did this trial cost the federal government?
I don't know how much, but a whole lot of money. I guarantee you that. You know, you've got the operation of the courthouses, you got the team of the U.S. Attorney's Office, jurors and witnesses and all of these sorts of things. And, you know, the media, the high level of security that's involved in a case like this because of who Mr. Combs is. Don't know how much, but I can expect that it's a pretty penny on the taxpayers.
Barrett, you have a thought on that?
So, you know, some of those are sunk costs because the prosecutors work there. They don't get paid per case. It's not like they had to hire new people just to do this case. A lot of the witnesses were law enforcement witnesses. The cost to this comes, you know, in two things. One, the prosecutor's time, and you have to say, okay, while they're doing this very long trial, there's other cases they're not working on. There was some travel costs probably of bringing witnesses here, putting them in hotels, things like that. So it definitely costs them money, but at the same point, you know, that shouldn't be a consideration when the government's making charging decisions. We hope that they're charging cases because they actually feel like these are defendants that need to be held accountable, and this is the right thing to do. So, you know, one would hope that this was, you know, cost is never a factor either to or not to bring charges.
Question from Stella, I'll throw it to you, Rich. Does the jury have a minimum or maximum time they have to deliberate for? And she also added, love you, by the way, Jesse. So sweet.
Cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid could get millions of people off their health insurance.
That would be devastating. It's just wrong.
Ask your senators to protect access to rural health care.
But could go and come back in 30 minutes and say guilty on all counts, and the verdict would be taken.
Oh, Lord, they would have a fit.
The jury can't come back an hour later and say, we're hung. If
Right.
that happens, the judge is going to make them keep deliberating until the judge is satisfied that there's no way the jury can render a verdict on any of the counts. Now, how long would that be? It's not an hour count. It's not a day count. It's sort of the judge kind of figures it out as he goes.
By the way, follow up to this. I keep saying that the
I'm gonna say it like I told the people, keep their hands to yourself.
Feel like the easiest path to conviction.
We wouldn't have been here.
The defense kind of raised an argument to it yesterday, where they were seeming to suggest he was paying them for their time and experience, right? He wasn't paying them for prostitution, that they weren't necessarily prostitutes. I'm not buying that argument. I don't think it works here, but I also don't know what else they're going to argue in a closing argument about it.
Yeah, I don't think that works. I do think they're in trouble on those counts. By the way, in terms of how long it's going to take, this verdict sheet has 5 counts and it has 18 specific questions that the jurors need to answer unanimously. Unanimously, 18, or tell the jury they're hung on some of them, and that's going to take a long time to go through. I continue to be with you. I think the across state line stuff is the easiest part of the case.
Hey, guess what? Legs 7K says, I love you, Rich. There you go.
Hey, way to go, Legs.
That's good. By the way, I just got to say something. So, I got a comment.
His fetish.
Comments. Somebody said that I look like.
So, in other words,
I look like the main character mouse from Flushed Away.
his fetish is what's going to send him up the river. That's the easiest thing to send him up to some watermelon. His fetish. With his male, he should have just let them dance for him and his girl. But no, he wanted to be a porn star, director, films. Instead of just doing his own with him and his girl. So, for sure is what they're saying. He can't get away from that. And then they got he was in collections. He tried to beat the corn stars out their money, not pay them all their money, cause he wasn't getting, rock solid.
So, If we didn't have copyright issues, we would put up the cartoon character. So it's great that you've gotten compliments.
How's your hair doing in the humidity?
Honestly, not great.
Life's taking it rough.
Not great. Not great. That's this situation for another day. Anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, we got a super chat
Darren.
comment from Jay Davis. Jay Davis, thank you so much. Jesse, you and your team's coverage of this Diddy trial has been second to none. You all lit. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. Okay, let me go to this one for you, Barrett. This is from Madison Thomas. I have a question. So if he's found guilty, will he lose everything that he has, like his houses, his music career, etc.?
So if he's found guilty, there will be forfeiture proceedings and restitution proceedings. And basically those are a way to give back money to his alleged victims from his proceeds. So hard to say.
Well, he done already got paid now.
I don't know, but he will probably have to pay a lot. They have
wait a minute. I don't know how to process that one. I don't know how to process that one, y'all, now. Go to pay back what? Okay. I don't know how to process that. I don't know what they mean by that. Let's keep listening.
Of, tracking and figuring out somebody's assets, even if it's not readily available upon first glance. So that would
because majority of them have already been paid.
Businesses, in addition to bank accounts and houses, things like that. So how those are valued, things like that. These are not easy decisions. Sometimes these legal proceedings,
a lot of them have already been paid. So
are as interesting as the trials, right? Because especially with people with complicated assets, these can be really interesting proceedings. And there's a whole division of the U.S. Attorney's Office that's really focused on asset forfeiture.
By the way, 2 follow-ups to that, Barrett. 1, Old Hollywood Angel says, can you say I love Barrett? She's amazing. So you get compliments too.
I don't know how to process that.
For you as well. Sarah M, though, asks, well, did he have to pay all the court costs if he loses?
No, so defendants don't have to pay for, the judge's time or, the court officers, anything like that. This will be limited to asset forfeiture and restitution, which, again, will be significant and tremendous if he is convicted, but he won't have to pay court costs.
Again, I want to go back to something we started the show off, because if you're just joining us and you've been reading the news, you might be confused as to whether or not the government has dropped charges. But again, what happened was, the government filed this letter in anticipation of the charge conference today, in anticipation of the jury.
Who was the first person to put the rumor out
both sides of
that all charges and stuff have been dropped?
Specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge related to attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law.
Because they sure didn't put it out there right.
California law, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking. The government is no longer planning to proceed on these theories of liability, so instructions are no longer necessary. However, as we were talking about, when you go to the indictment and you look at all of the underlying predicate crimes that the prosecution is hoping to prove as part of racketeering conspiracy, and you look at kidnapping and you look at arson, there are specific components of that. So there's kidnapping, the charge of kidnapping under California law. There's the charge of attempted kidnapping under California law. There's the charge of aiding and abetting kidnapping under California law. The same thing is for arson. So Safa, again, you would agree that it seems that the government is not going to be arguing anymore attempted kidnapping under California and New York law or attempted arson under California law, but they still may be pursuing arson and kidnapping under these other theories of liability, because it would be really, really strange for them to drop kidnapping and arson in totality when there's been so much evidence about it, whether it's Capricorn Clark or Cassie or Kid Cudi. Just if you want to put a button on that so our viewers understand.
Yeah, most definitely, and I would agree with everything you just said, Jesse. Not only that, but sometimes it's a decision of strategy. Sometimes when you give jurors too many options, so for example,
we lost Safa. Okay, going to you, Rich. Look at this, we're blowing an audible. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think, I mean,
Safa, we'll work on getting you back in just 1 second. Sorry, I'm just going to go to Rich real quick, but we're going to work on Safa's audio.
Yeah, I don't think that kidnapping is still in the case. Arson is still in the case. These are sort of subsets of the theories. So if you look at the first kidnapping charge in the verdict sheet, it says, did the crime include kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting kidnapping, or conspiracy to commit kidnapping? And the prosecution is saying, drop the attempted kidnapping. But by implication, that means we're keeping kidnapping, aiding and abetting, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, all the other kidnapping adjacent allegations.
By the way, I think we have Safa back. Look, I think we've talked about it. It's a way to streamline the case for the prosecution. It's a way to make it easily
So it ain't went nowhere.
Understandable for the jury, because racketeering can be complicated. But you do wonder how
It ain't
the
went nowhere.
defense is feeling at this point. You know, you circle back to the idea they called no witnesses. They only presented a few exhibits. They did vigorous cross-examination. Tell me I'm wrong here, Safa. You remember when we were reporting how Combs said to the judge yesterday when he chose...
Did y'all hear that? It ain't went nowhere. It's still there.
I'm waiting to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job. It seems eerily similar to when he...
So in other words, it was how they had it was kind of like A, B, C, and D. And they were just there for options. And they were moving some of the options. So he said for kidnapping, only one out of the A, B, C, and D, they remove attempted kidnapping. I don't know where the aiding in, because he said under kidnapping, aiding and abetting is still there. So it just removed one of the multiple choices. The rest of them still there. So under kidnapping, hell, aiding and abetting is still there. The other aiding and abetting was removed, I guess, under another category. People just jumped the gun. People just jumped the gun. That's why I'm not quick to move on stuff like that immediately. And that's why I stay solid in how I think and how I feel. And I keep it true to what the law is instead of my feelings. A lot of people go off how they feel. And a lot of people are in prison right now or jail because they thought the law was based on how they feel. And it's not. That's just the bottom line. And if you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. And I wish you people would stop crying over people who did it and be more concerned about the people who are falsely accused and in jail. But you know, that's his life. He was okay with that. He's already apologized. And I don't get y'all way of thinking. What did he apologize for? If he didn't think he was wrong about nothing, what did he apologize for? Why did he say I was in a dark place? So that's like saying when a person tell you they are a PDF file, and then you start feeling sorry for the PDF file and start saying, well, he didn't do that. Why y'all messing with black people? Why do y'all always, I mean, you didn't hear him say he was a PDF file? You didn't hear him? So y'all be up in here making excuses for him. He done already apologized. So what are you talking about? He said he was in a dark place. Now he said it was the drugs that made him do it. But did you stop? Did you get help? Are you following the help that you... Because see, it would have been totally different if he'd have got help and stopped. But hell, he was still going with Jane Doe. He was still going. He was still so addicted to it. The hell, right before he was turning himself in, he was finna get another one. Lights, camera, action. That's why he has to go to prison. Because if he get off, he gonna do it again. He said I was in a very dark place. The BET Awards, he gave that same girl he was beating, while a young Miami was holding up a sign saying, "Go Papi," saying to Cassie. She was there for me at my darkest time. She done went through all of that. They done went through, and he said before everybody, why his girl in the back holding up a sign to Cassie for holding me down in my darkest time. He know he dark. He know he dark. And y'all steady making excuses for him. But it would have been totally different if he would have been sincere. He know he dark. But what is he doing to come to the light, Caroline? What is he doing? So again, I'm going to say this. If he does not go to prison, he will do it again. And that's why I at least have to give Suge Knight some credit. I mean, he don't even like Diddy. But he's acknowledging some things was done to Diddy. Diddy didn't tell us that. I agree, Rosa daughter. But we're going to be realistic. You know, I ain't going to fake the funk. She was in, well, she probably was too. Because I'm going to say she was down with it too. But I'm sure she was groomed. Hell, she was married to, I'll be sure. When he put his charm on her. Oh, yeah, I just took some medicine, so you know. But I'm just saying. She was about to expose him too. But she was going to expose Jay-Z, baby. And she got the flu. So, yeah, I mean, that part of it, we got to stop. Ladies don't like Cassie or Jane. I have, if I can be honest, and you know I'm going to be honest, I have more empathy for Cassie than I do Jane Doe. Have you ever heard me say he groomed her? I'm just going to, I have more empathy for Cassie than I do her. And you know, I don't know why. Because I guess because I know Cassie was 19. She couldn't even buy a drink. She couldn't even buy cigarettes. There's still a teen on her at her age, whether she was 18, 19, she had not reached 20. I said, don't ask me no questions. Put it on Super Chat, Super Sticker. So yeah, you ain't heard me just say I feel sorry. Ladies don't like Cassie or Jane. Yeah, I don't have a concern about either one of them, but I feel I have more empathy for Cassie than her. But she now pressure. You gonna check my integrity. He didn't abuse her. She put her hands on him. Did you forget? Did you hear me say anything about their situation? She put her hands on him. Hey Ella, ooh, look at that star by your name. Star by your name. And I'm not one of the ones who believe that I mean, we get just automatically get a pass because we're female when we put our hands on men first. I don't automatic. That ain't. Now if we playing or you know if and I just tap you, you know. But you know I know some heavy hitters. I know some heavy-handed, heavy hitter females. And I ain't never been cool. And if you remember when I first came on here in the Mo3 sector, I just could not process the women popping off like they dudes to guys. I'm like, whoa. You don't remember that? So when when I heard that she bammed his head on the marble, I'm not okay with that. So don't do that with me, because I'm not okay with that. I don't think just because we females, we got the right to put our hand on men and think that we just get an automatic pass. Or should they beat them down? No, but we don't know their trauma. I don't know, and I don't want to know. And so I've learned that I don't get a free pass. And because I don't get a free pass, I don't think nobody get a free pass. And if I'm gonna be honest, and ladies, we have to be honest with ourselves, because if you have a son, if you have males, boys, or whatever, and a girl come and put her hands on him, are you gonna be okay with that? Are you gonna? I mean, she beat him down, cause he ain't supposed to hit her. Now, the rule. This is my rule, and you know, and I will tell you. I will tell a female that he wasn't raised to hit a female, but he damn sure wasn't raised to get no ass whooping either. So where does that leave you? Where does that leave you? He wasn't raised to put his hand on one, and he wasn't raised to get an ass whooping. Everybody keep their hands to themselves. So Precious, stop lying on me.
Moment of cross-examination of a key witness. It makes me feel.
And whoever that is that keeps putting these messages that keep getting blocked, this message is held for review, this message is held for review, it's not coming through, so you might as well stop. I have all that blocked, baby. And if it ain't me who blocking it, it's YouTube. So you can save that. So whatever you saying that you know that's inappropriate, it's blocked, baby. I am censored. The feds are watching me. So you better watch what you say. Okay? You might as well stop. I know that you done sent something, and I'm not gonna look at it, so I would never know. But it's I acknowledge that I got this message is held for review. I'm not gonna review it. Woo! And can't nobody see it, so they don't even know that something is held for review because they can't see it. Okay, yo, it's not gonna get across. Okay, and I got YouTube chat snipers, and as soon as they see something inappropriate, they gonna notify me. So go somewhere else, baby. If you're trying to get something across that you know or you think you're trying to poke me, it's not going to work, okay? Okay, let's go.
I don't think you're off by that. I think that at the end of the day, it's important for the defense team to put forward their best arguments. And not only that, but for Diddy to believe in
no play fighting. I get that.
This is his life. You know, he can't go into this case, go into closings and go into deliberation feeling defeated. So it seems like he's proud of the defense that his team has put on. I think they've done a great job thus far, considering the evidence and what they had to work with. And he has faith and belief in his team.
Yeah, because that evidence against him, baby, is horrible.
Optics matter at trial as well. So, you know, I think that he's tried to put forward this good character in front of the jury, in front of the judge, in front of the media, because ultimately they're all seeing that. You know, the jury's ultimately going to determine whether he's guilty or not beyond a reasonable doubt. And they're watching him. They're watching his mannerisms, the way he's moving and communicating about in the court. And ultimately, if he is found guilty, the judge is going to decide what his sentence is going to be. So I think that he always wants to ensure that he's putting his best foot forward when dealing with the judge and being in the courtroom.
Barrett, I want to just go to you something about the defense's case. I thought maybe at a minimum they might call an expert to rebut the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes, who I thought was an important witness. If we're trying to understand why alleged victims would behave in ways that are potentially inconsistent with being abused, staying in contact with Sean Combs, praising Sean Combs, encouraging freak-offs, setting off freak-offs, setting up hotel nights, she explained the complicated dynamic. And you wonder what their expert, who it seems they had planned to call, what that expert would have said. To not call that expert and just to rely on cross-examination, rely on the text messages, rely on everything else, do you think that that was a smart strategy, Barrett?
I mean, I guess we'll find out if it was a smart strategy or not. I mean, I think the reason that they probably didn't call this expert is because they felt they did more with the cross and with the text messages. Now, anytime you call an expert witness, it's a risk, right? I mean, you will probably get a lot of information from that expert that's helpful to your case.
Right, Crystal.
But if you have skilled cross-examiners on the other side, they could get your expert to concede certain points that are actually bad for you. And again, this is a really interesting topic. It's a hard topic to come out and say, you know, anyone who stays with an abuser was not actually victimized. That's a hard position to take. So I think they probably thought they made enough headway with their cross-examination, and they're going to really hammer those text messages and the witnesses' testimony, you know, the actual alleged victims, their testimony as well during their closing arguments. And they thought they'd get more from that than from an expert.
I mean, they really reinforced it yesterday. So
I knew when I said that you was gonna try it. I knew you was. You took the bait. You're so predictable. Good. I'm glad you did. So I can put you out today. You took the bait. You're predictable. You couldn't help yourself. I knew just as good as when I said it that you was gonna switch it up so I could let that ass out. Woo, did anybody get a chance to read it? I was sure waiting on it, baby. I made her take that bait, didn't I? Woo, I made her take that bait. You. So now you don't have to worry about it. Now you come on with another page. Okay. Let's go. She took that bait.
Makes it a great
silly rabbit.
Okay, we have a.
That's how Diddy be baiting people, and they be falling for it.
Lester.
They can't help themselves.
Thank you so much. Let me go to Rich on this one, okay? Playing R. Kelly's songs now profits his victims rather than going in his pocket. Could the same be possible with Diddy's music?
I'm going to say I suppose so. I sort of have a question about how that whole part of this would play out if he's convicted. I mean, Cassie has already settled her civil claim. Right. And she's one of the principal victims of the charges alleged in this trial. Does she get further restitution from the government?
Let's go.
I don't know the answer for that. And how do you calculate it? And how do you get it? Is it possible that it extends to royalties? Sure, I think that's in the realm of possibility, but there would be a whole lot of litigation about that topic. I think Barrett said that before. I think she's absolutely right.
By the way.
Oh yeah, because they don't already got paid.
Almost $1 trillion from.
And I don't know if that it matters to the courts because it was done.
That would be devastating.
I don't know, but they don't already got paid.
Protect access to rural healthcare.
Okay, hold on. Let's see for that. Yeah, that would be an issue for me too. I wouldn't know how to process that. that entitlement. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Before I go, Diddy trial. Because I don't know if that would be fair. I don't know if that would be fair unless there are other damages that we don't know nothing about. I don't know. He would have to forfeit all of his assets. That would be, in all fairness, that would be, I don't know. But he has a lot of people that he's done a lot of things to. Y'all, have y'all seen her mouth? Have y'all seen her mouth? Did y'all get a chance to see her mouth? Tea sippers? Let me know. I mean, cause I'm finna shut it down. I'm tired and hungry. I've been on here all day. Let me see. That watermelon ain't gonna hold it. Have y'all seen her mouth when she said she had all them sores and stuff in her mouth? Cause I got it right here. Cassie, You remember she said she had sores and stuff all in her mouth? Hey, Reem. Thank you, Precious. Are y'all curious to see it? Are y'all curious to see
What's
her
around
mouth?
here when we rush?
Baby, I'm telling you, I laughed. I laughed so at Trump yesterday. I laughed at Trump yesterday, baby. Woo, I laughed at him. Woo, they was hot. They was hot as fish grease, baby. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna get to it. Ooh. Ooh, I don't even know how she ate. She couldn't eat nothing hot.
A tight-knit college and a city of opportunity. Washburn offers the best of both worlds. Close, but not too close.
And TMZ is an attorney, and he know good and damn well.
And at some point, I don't see how that. Just the localized vendors that they're using. That's everybody are showing.
He know good and dang well.
These are the reasons why the judge should just acquit him on all charges. The prosecutors haven't made their case.
And to those.
He know good and damn well.
And the means usually have to be a singular purpose. Selling drugs, doing hits, he's a jealous, crazy criminal boyfriend and doing all sorts of disconnected things that have to do with being a crazy, jealous criminal boyfriend. But that
means there wasn't an official proceeding at the time and wasn't going to be one. Therefore, not guilty or hung on that charge. There's also, oh yeah, and then it also said, I said, poor Diddy. So Diddy started falling asleep right around 4:10 p.m. Usually trial's over at 4. Diddy started falling asleep, but I mean, it wasn't like, the jury is not in there, by the way. It's just lawyers and the judge. So, he was just nodding off, right? Little salt and pepper, famous hair he has. He was just nodding off. He started falling asleep. He woke up a little bit later, and I wrote a note. Poor Diddy, he could be making jail cell burritos with encrusted in hot Cheetos that they just let him go back to his cell. He didn't want to be in there. Didn't nobody want to be in there. That's why I got up out of there. And I'm a lawyer. Okay, I don't want to hear all that.
I want to know how his roots is black and he gray. All that gray he had looking like Grady on Sanford and Son. How his new growth? If you can't get no color in the county jail, state jail, How his new growth? How is new growth black? Who colored your hair in jail? Can I cut through the chase? Who colored your hair in jail? Cause if you natural, right? If you natural gray, salt and pepper, there is no new growth. Right? Right? You know, he came out looking like Grady. I'm sampling song. But did a bit right? It was like, woo, he done aged, baby. He looked like Grandpappy. And then the sketch artist started coloring. AunTeaFee, I grew up. You recognize that? And then the sketch artist started coloring that hair. Who cares, Sheila? Who care about you is the question. Y'all say bye to Sheila. Like I said, who colored his hair? Did you color it? As long as your mama been one. Bye. Like I said, they don't want that brought up, do they? Woo, I started asking about that hair. And they started saying, woo, get over there. Shut her up. Get her out. No. Who colored his hair in jail? Who colored his hair in jail? Like I said, how that happened? I thought you couldn't get color in jail. And why would you choose to set him up to look like he 80 damn years old? Like, so the people can have sympathy for the old man. How that happened? And he got this much new growth that's black. And it's gray on top. How that happened? Who gave so he's entitled. He the only one in jail that can get hair color. Who colored his hair in jail? And why? Cause that new growth ain't but about 6 weeks old. I need to ask Tisa. I'ma ask Tisa and ask Tisa to run that. Run that. How he get his hair colored? How he got new growth? And if there's a new product out there, I need to market it. I need to come up that there's a special shampoo or whatever with toilet water in the sink in the toilet. Ain't that how they wash their hair? I mean, I'm only going that hard because they tried to come over here and stop me. He stick his head in the water. Is that toilet water? How is his new growth black? And his Grady is sitting on top. So they staged that, right? So somebody, what is it called? Smuggle. Did somebody smuggle in hair dye? Shut up, Pressure. You trying to throw me off too. You sent over here to throw me off. Shut up, Pressure. Tell me how is his new growth gray? How is new growth gray? I mean black. Why his hair, why he got this much new growth that's black and it's gray on top of that? How that happened? You've been paid. You've been paid, Pressure. I've been watching you. You've been paid. You come over here and do the same stuff they do to try to throw me out. I got my good eye on you, partner. Y'all, let's watch. I didn't think you can get, so you can get a spark, you can get a hair color. But where you gonna do your hair at? You can do your hair, I mean, thank you, Reem Jackson. Cause I thought they said that you couldn't bring dye in there. I mean, I didn't know, but hell, I'm gonna be honest. What's his name? Young Thug. It looked like he had his whole stylist coming in there and retwist his dreads and put them in a cute little style. I mean, hell, do I need a prison? Let me show y'all this mouth. Let me show you this mouth. I know good and dang well these people coming over here trying to throw me off. Lord, are y'all ready for this mouth? Oh, why would I be a transgender? Why would I be a transgender? For what? I know good and damn well I don't look like no man. Ain't never have. But I will report you for harassment. Where is it at? And bullying. I will do that for you. Me? But I ain't never looked like no man. Ain't nobody ever told me that. So I know you. I know who or what you over here for. This is harassing me. That ain't never. Why do people try to come and make you ugly why they try to make you ugly? Why they try to make you you know, it's always somebody who mad cause you cute. They hating cause you pretty. They hating when they hit on your bad day. It ain't a bad day. So now they come up with all these different names because they saying, damn, she's a pretty lady. She don't look her age. I'ma still up with her though. It don't matter. You can't move me. Ain't no man ever told me I look like no, And if a guy can reform and be cute, that's on them. Now had nothing to do with me. But Diddy still going to prison. It still don't change the fact. So I look like a tranny. Okay, and I'm pretty though. Pretty tranny. It don't stop nothing. Oh, I hear Rena. I'm still pretty though. And I bet you look like an ass. I bet you look like the crack of somebody's ass. I bet you look like the crack of somebody's ass. Deep off in there. Where Rena? Hold on. Reem, I bet you look like deep off in the crack of that age. I bet you do. I bet you just as funky as you want to be. I'm sorry. Reem, say something. I was trying to get the diddler up out of there. He mad. Said I look like a trainer. Well, hell, we know you like them. We know you like them, baby. Thank you. Say something, Reem. Yeah. I know you like the crack of dawn, baby, all up in there. Right after somebody just let out a good dump. I bet you are. Say something, Ram. Let me know you all right. Can you type? Okay, y'all ready to see this mouth? Hi, Ashley. Ring. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure she all right. I always want to try to find something wrong with somebody. Child, please. Woo! At my age. Hold on. At my age. How they do that? I ain't all super fat. Pretty skin all over. At my age. Don't hate. Don't hate. What you say? Okay, I'm back now. Thank you. Hey, KK, I didn't see you. They hating on me. They hating on me. Okay, y'all ready to see this mouth? Lord. Oh my God. Hey, KK. I'm getting it over there. He did it. He did do that. He did. I know I don't, but sometimes I want to. It's funny to me. Sometimes I want to. Because it's almost as if they think that they gonna catch you and that you this, that, and the other. Don't hate. Don't hate, congratulate. Hope that you, one, make it to be my age, and two, look healthy, and three, have pretty skin. Don't look your age. Don't get mad at me because you look 10 times older than me. Don't be mad at that. That's why I be telling them to cam up. Okay, y'all ready for that mouth? Oh, Lord. Sometimes I just want to because I can. And even if it's a bad day, I don't care. I don't care. Y'all ready for this? Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. You know, she may need... They sick and need to go to the doctor. Okay. I'm gonna try to do this slow, y'all. It is bad. Hold on. Let me get close. This is bad. I mean, she may just need some because of her mouth. Do I got enough juice in here that I can? I mean, this thing ain't charging at all. Okay, y'all ready? I don't worry about my eggs. It's good. Hopefully they are hate enough to try to see what regiment I use. Ooh. Did y'all see that? I tried to laugh it on over there. Did y'all see that? Did anybody see that? Did y'all see that? That's the top. Okay. I'm gonna go down here. Y'all see that? Did y'all see the back of her throat? Y'all see the back of her throat? Okay. Now you want to see what the top of her tongue look like? Can you believe that? Can you believe that? How do you which is worse, the back of her throat? Hey Peach, the back or that tongue? And he really didn't want to let you heal. And then this, so what was she taking for her tongue? In the back of her throat. That was a different type of thrash. What is that? Oh, why did I make it big, Lord? The things I do for my tea sippers. Lord, have mercy. Oh, so, okay. Yeah, it's finna kick me out. Because it's not even taking. I'll be back later, y'all, because it's going to kick me out. It won't. It ain't going to charge unless I go into the other room. Hold on. It ain't going to pop up. Dang it. Let me see. I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life. Okay, y'all. I need to go and charge up because I don't have no juice. I'll be back later on and see what happens after. I was trying to wait and see what happened once they left the court. But let me charge up my phone. I'll be back later, okay? Put the notification, like, share, subscribe, join the membership. I'm finna be out of juice. And it's about to, whew. Yeah, I've been on here all day. I was trying to see if old girl came out of court and see what they said, so then I could come back and talk about that other. Hold on. That was horrible. Okay, I'll be back later. Bye, y'all.